Yeah. I'm here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my Twitch stream. How are you doing today, folks? It's good to see you. It's the final stream of the week. Thursday. And we got a whole bunch of stuff to look at and react to. And you're all here to get my takes. Which is great, isn't it? That's great. That's the best bit. That's the best bit. And I'm here to get your takes as well. That's how that goes. Hello, how is everybody doing? We got amazing people in the chat, as per usual. We got Network, we got Val, we got B-Rat, we got Middle-earth Marxist, we got Ninny, we got Nappers, we got Steph, we got Valkyrie, we got Prince. How is everybody doing? Welcome. I had a dream with the Wigan kebab guy last night, and it was quite beautiful. That's how it is when you have a Wigan kebab. That's just actually how that is. That's how that goes. Huskadoo. Hello, how are you doing? Hello. I'm a neurodivergent minor. There's Valerie, the lovely Italian. Yes. Well done. That means we're not allowed to cancel you. We're not allowed to criticize you at all. Literally a neurodivergent and minor. Well, what have we got on the menu for today? So much stuff. I can't even begin to tell you the kind of stuff that we've got on the menu today. It's absolutely insane. Just stuff that you just wouldn't even think of. Stuff that you wouldn't even think of. We live in a time where people are like, I reckon things are going to get worse. But how does that look? How does that really look? And does it ever look the way that you think it's going to look? The answer to that is no. Because you could not have told me... Steph! Oh my god, Steph, thank you so much for the gifted. The Nappers. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Yeah, society. It's society, isn't it? It's society. Yes, life is hell. It looks like the road out is also paved with good intentions. That's right. Yeah. We're all in this together. We're all in it together, aren't we? What we got? Well, we've got Keir Starmer on a daytime TV show for women. That's good, isn't it? I mean, it's not just for women. You can watch it if you're a man, but it's called Loose Women. Keir Starmer's on Loose Women. Keir Starmer was on Loose Women. I can't even believe that those words are coming out of my mouth. I can't think of a single prime minister who has ever been on daytime TV in the capacity that he... it feels so cynical and bizarre. Lady conference for women. It feels so bizarre and like an opportunity to wash his reputation with broader society. I think that that's what it's all about. It's just absolutely bizarre. What else have we got? We've got Jimmy Carr. Some people on a podcast called Triggernometry, which someone brought up. I think it was Emmy Killy brought it up a couple of weeks ago. And she said something along the lines of... Jimmy the Giant told such and such on Triggernometry that he was a liberal and he had to walk it back. And someone in the chat, I think it was Mia, said none of those words are in the Bible or the Quran. None of those words are in the scriptures. And I finally realized what Triggernometry is. It's a bad podcast, but someone has asked Jimmy Carr for his political opinions, which is very good, isn't it? That's who you go to, isn't it? When you want opinions on politics, you go to Jimothy Carr. Jimothy Carr. Jimmy, I hate Romani GRT people and think Hitler was right with what he did to them. Carr. Hello, Luna. Welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see you. So there's that. We're going to look at that. And we've also got some decent news. Some decent news that isn't bizarre stuff that's going to make us freak out and, yeah, lose our minds. Such as the doctor strikes in the UK. Which is very nice. We love a bit of that. We love a bit of that. Keir Starmer's got all kinds of things to say. He's got all kinds of things to say about the doctor's strike, except for, yes, we will pay you more. Of course they go to Jimmy Carr for political takes. They're literally 12. That's correct, isn't it? Yes. That's right. That's what that is. You should be able to see if you're on Twitch, if you're in the chat, if you're not using something like Chatterino or whatever, which I know some of you do use. You should be able to see that there is a pinned tweet. There is a pinned tweet, and it is on my latest video, which is about the segment that we did on the stream a couple of days ago about UK saber-rattling war with Russia. It's just a quick 21-minute clip of that. If you could go and like, comment, and subscribe on that video, even if it's just hi, mule, or whatever, that will really help me out. As I've said many times before, that fucking... Not a pinned tweet, sorry. Not a pinned tweet. A pinned message. A pinned message. You're right, network. Sorry. As I've said many times before, if I don't... If the chatters do not like and comment on the video, it just means that the algorithm takes it to far-right fascists and they just leave me hate comments, and it sucks. That's not the point of that channel. The point of the channel is to advertise the stream to people who may not have seen the stream before, and then they could come and join us in the chat and have fun times in the chat and contribute to the community, etc., right? That's the whole point. So please head over there and do that if you haven't already. Just give it a like, give it a comment. For those of you that have done that already, thank you very much. But it is very few of you. An overwhelmingly few amount. But that's okay, because I only announced it literally like 2 hours ago. So don't worry about it. I'm going to try and keep up with a video every Thursday. Maybe except for next week, because next week is literally Christmas, right? Is it 7 days? When is Christmas next week? Wednesday? Hard to know. No, Christmas is Thursday. Yeah, no, 7 days. Yeah, Christmas is next. Probably not next Thursday because it's Christmas. I will probably stream on Christmas, but it'll probably be... I'll probably be a bit drunk, and we'll probably just do silly stuff like look at old movie clips or trailers or, you know, intro themes to cartoons from the 90s and stuff. That's what I kind of like to do around Christmas. We may even do that on Christmas Eve. I don't know. We might do that. I'll do the bits once I get in the house. The comments get filled with chuds. They do, don't they? They do. Yes. Hello, Morgana. How you doing? Sorry, Mule. No Christmas this year. That's fine. That's fine. Napper says, why do we call Starmer Keith? We call Keir Starmer Keith because it upsets him. That's the answer to that. So, let's take a look. We're going to jump straight into it. I'm not really, like, late today. What time is it? Yeah, 20 minutes in. Yeah, I went live at the correct time today. So, I'm not late or anything. I'm not freaking out. But I think that we should crack on because we got a whole bunch of stuff to take a look at, and I want to get through it. And hopefully maybe we can have a look at some fun stuff towards the end of the stream. Let's get through the news first.
It starts after all the fuel is burned and ends after the re-entry vehicle is ejected. Next is the intermediate.
And let's see what people are saying about it. Let's see what people are saying about it. There's all kinds of people who are saying all kinds of things about it. And the worst people We're going to hear from them.
Satellites to detect rocket emissions during the
Def not a Blizzard. He's also not deserving of his namesake. He's named after Keith Hardy. That's right. Hey, Blizzard, what's up?
fire projectiles and
I'll be heading out soon for roller derby. Hey, that sounds great. I hope you enjoy it, Morgana.
by today's missile defense systems. And on top of that, the
We've got all kinds of things to look at. Let's take a little look at this. Let's take a little look at it straight away. Got the BBC here, so obviously this is state mouthpiece media. So the headline that they're going with is Starmer calls doctor strike dangerous as 5-day walkout begins. Why is it dangerous? Because Keir Starmer is a vile neoliberal capitalist piece of shit. And he is only interested in the interests of vile neoliberal capitalisms. All right. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said the latest 5-day strike by doctors in England is dangerous and utterly irresponsible and warned them not to abandon patients. Hey, you know what's dangerous and utterly irresponsible? Selling off part of the NHS that deals with public health data to Palantir. That's irresponsible and dangerous, isn't it? It's funny how they don't report on that. The walkout by resident doctors, the new name for junior doctors, began at 7 a.m. on Wednesday, so that was yesterday. The British Medical Association is asking for a genuinely long-term plan to increase pay and make up for years of below-inflation rises. Now, when we have covered Labour in the past, chat, when we've looked at the Labour Party conference that happened in Liverpool a couple of months ago, and they were saying that they have funded the NHS more than any other previous government. They may very well be correct about that, but they've funded the wrong areas. I have a neighbour of mine who is a doctor, and she has said, yes, well, they funded all the wrong bits, didn't they? They funded, they awarded public contracts to private companies to manage bit of the NHS, which contributes to privatising the NHS. That's spending money on the NHS to them. And they have not funded frontline care, initial care. That's what they need to fund. So they need to fund A&E departments, they need to fund the wages of the staff, and they need to give more money to those departments so that they can hire more staff, train more staff. And it's the same with junior doctors. It's the exact same. So they funded it in some places, but not in other places. The Doctors Union also wants to see new training places created rather than recycled ones so that more qualified doctors can specialise and progress their careers. Yep, exactly like I just said. NHS bosses say they will struggle to keep some pre-booked services going during the strike as hospitals deal with a surge in flu and other winter illnesses. Damn, it sounds to me like junior doctors are really important to society. At Prime Minister's question, Starmer said his message to resident doctors was, don't abandon patients. Work with us to improve conditions. Did he say 2 conditions, or is that a typo from the BBC? Work with us to improve the conditions and rebuild the NHS. Yeah, I mean, but you're not doing that. That's why they're on strike. So it's just lies. Great. In response, Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch claimed Starmer didn't have the baubles. Oh, man. To ban doctor strikes and that he lost control to trade unions. I mean, everything that's going on in this sentence is so bad. It's so insane, right? It's so insane. She's being like, Keir Starmer doesn't have the balls to ban doctor strikes. You can't ban doctor strikes, dude. You can't do it. You can't just ban union action, man. People will strike regardless. It's not how it works, bro. People fought and died for the right to strike, Kemi Badenoch. You fucking scum. Keir Starmer, Kemi Badenoch, scum. Every single one of them. Every single... Get fucked. Speaking at a picket line at a London hospital, BMA resident doctor leader Dr. Jack Fletcher said, quote, we're here yet again because we have not yet reached a credible deal to fix this absurd jobs crisis. What we're asking for is to stop these real-term pay cuts that the government is recommending for doctors, he said. Asked about recent polling that suggests public support for strikes is declining, he said, I do care what my patients think, but I didn't sign up to give that care in a corridor. Asked about recent polling that suggests public support for the strikes is going to be some bullshit poll that the BBC has done. Most people in the UK support funding the NHS, and they recognise that that includes paying doctors a livable wage, right? A living wage. This is the 14th walkout by resident doctors in a long-running pay dispute. The strike went ahead after last-minute talks between the government and union broke down without an agreement on Tuesday. So, damn, dude, it sounds like the talk shouldn't have broke down. It sounds like the government should have, you know, accepted what they were asking for. Sounds like they should have accepted the demands. That's kind of how that works, right? The meeting was described as constructive by the government, but not enough progress had been made to call off the strike. Resident doctors represent nearly half of the doctors working in the NHS. They're walking out of both emergency and non-urgent care, with senior doctors drafted in to provide cover. And this makes absolute sense, right? There are going to be senior doctors who are paid more, and they're going to deal with what's going on. So it's likely that they'll get better care while the strike is happening. You know, it's just completely absurd. 2 good strikes right now from what I've seen. Doctor strikes and now Equity, UK actors with an anti-AI strike. Absolutely, Tejan. Welcome in, and how are you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, just pay them and give in to the demands. It ends. That's how it works. Yeah, it's dangerous. I hope so. It's a fucking strike. That's what strikes are supposed to be. It's supposed to be an example that the workers keep things moving. Dangerous time for the system, but the government could sort this out immediately, correct? Solidarity with striking workers, yeah, every time. Government needs to come to the table and negotiate if they really cared, yes, absolutely. Right, so I hate my job, gotta look at Aussie media all more, and it's wild how all their media runs these stories about how everything is anti-Semitism because of Palestine and woke, but they spell it anti-Semitism, widely accepted as the anti-Semitic way to write the term. Yeah, that's because they don't care about anti-Semitism, that's why that is. Let's continue with this article. Around 50 medics have been protesting outside St. Thomas Hospital in London and more at hospitals around the country, including Leeds and Newcastle. Dr. Kruthika Ramamurthy, who is trained as a doctor in India and has been working in the UK for 5 years. Oh, that's cool that they just mentioned that. They're just going to mention the fact, like, because, you know, as soon as people read this, they're just going to be like, bloody migrants shouldn't be working in our NHS. That's why they're all going on strike. They just want more and more handouts. That's exactly why they've mentioned that. It's so cynical and disgusting. Fuck the BBC. Cancel your fucking TV license. It's just insane. It's completely insane. The BBC must be destroyed. I'm saying it so many times this year, but it cannot be. It just has to be repeated. See you later, Morgana. Have a good night at training. She's been working on short-term contracts and fears that severe shortage of training posts and high competition ratios will mean that she cannot progress. It is really difficult. I'm not progressing in my career. It is clear there is a shortage of jobs. I don't want to strike, but the government is not addressing our concerns. Pay is still below the 2008 levels, she said. If the NHS is crumbling because of the flu cases, that tells you everything, really. The NHS needs to be better resourced. Yes, this is just the only answer to this. In the 2 most recent strikes in July and November, NHS England said it was able to keep the majority of non-urgent operations and treatments, such as hip and knee replacements, going. Situation dicey in coming weeks. Hello, Lesbian Hot Sauce. How are you doing, my friend and comrade? It's good to see you. Everybody go and follow LHS. Incredible comrade, incredible streamer. I hope you're doing good. I hope your day's okay. He said speaking in Parliament on Wednesday morning, Health Secretary Wes Streeting said he deeply regretted the impact the strike would have on patients in the run-up to Christmas. If I regret something, it normally means it's something that happened in the past that I can't change. That's normally what it is. That's normally what it is. But the thing is that this is happening now, Wesley. This is happening this second. And you have the power to change it. So if you regret it, why don't you just make it better? Make it work. Give them the money they want. We need to re-own every section of the NHS from meds to treatment. We're going to lose it, aren't we? I don't know. It remains to be seen. I mean, the government wants to privatize it. But it remains to be seen. There's a lot of things up in the air at the minute. Labour are not as strong as they're pretending that their government is. Keir Starmer's going to have a leadership challenge after the May by-elections. Council elections, sorry. And we'll have to see what the new Labour leader will say. It depends. If it's Andy Burnham, I imagine he would know it would be political suicide to do anything like privatize the NHS, but there's every chance that he might, because Andy Burnham is not the amazing socialist of the North that people make him out to be. He's literally my fucking mayor. You know, when we were organising with Greater Manchester Tenants Union, we had literal relations with him in order to try and get him to make his good landlord charter, the so-called good landlord charter, have some kind of necessary element to it that landlords would have to join if they're within the 9 counties, the 9 counties in Greater Manchester. But there's nothing. It's a voluntary scheme, and it's just like, oh, I created the good landlord charter, and it means nothing. Yeah. So I think that is what we have to think about in terms of what's going to happen to our NHS. I think if any government really comes in and says our NHS isn't working, you can't fund it enough, it just won't work, and we need to privatize it, and every Brit needs to have private health insurance, I think that would be the time of revolution in this country. Genuinely, there's a reason that they've been privatizing it all via the back door. If they were openly talking about this, people would literally riot, because people can see what's going on in fucking America. There's just no way. There's just absolutely no way. He can't make his health industry buddies sad. Yes, exactly. Anyway, let's continue with this. He said the situation in some hospitals was already dicey. He was concerned about the effects on other medical staff who would be knackered as a result of industrial action. Oh, well, if you're worried about it, Wes, why don't you pay them? Reform have said that they will turn it into a state insurance, and I think it will be sold to people in the way that Farage does that crap. No. I think that yeah, obviously, but no one looks at the actual policies of reform, though, right? No one actually does that. Literally, no one does that. Are we doing the re-thing? Is that a thing? I don't think I want to see that in my chat. I don't think I want it. I don't think I want to see that in my chat. I don't think I want to see what are we in 2016 doing 2016 ableism? We're not doing that here. Sorry. I know there's other streamers who do it. I don't think it's okay. I genuinely just don't think that that's okay. What was I saying? Mega Doomer pill today. Hey, listen. I think a lot of us are mega Doomer pill. Look at all the news that's coming out. Right? Look at all the news that's coming out. There's so much shit. There's so much horrible, horrible, horrible shit that we're seeing. And, they want us to be doom-pilled. That's the whole thing. The state wants us to be doom-pilled because it means that we'll just shut up, go away, play our video games, watch our Netflix, eat the slop, drink the slop, fuck, shut up, go to work, be okay with the shit wages. That's what they want. That's what they want. We have to believe that a better world is possible, and a better world is possible, and the new world is struggling to be born. Now is the time of monsters. That's how it is, He said there was no sign of a breakthrough after 5 hours of talks with BMA representatives on Tuesday. Yeah, that's your fault. I think our jobs were broadly in agreement, but on pay, we're far too apart. Too far apart. What does that tell you, man? What does that tell you? How much our government, likes the NHS, values the NHS, right? These strikes will come at a cost of £250 million and impact on operational pressures on patients and the whole NHS workforce, and I deeply regret that we're in this situation. Right, well, the question is, Wes, how much would it cost you to up their wages? Merry Slopness, if you thought the zone was flooded with shit before, wait till you see what Santa's bringing billionaires, yeah. Thanks for the advice on becoming unemployed UC stuff. I spoke to my doctor who's helping me get signed off, and with Pip, I spoke to him yesterday. Good for you, genuinely. Good for you, yeah, absolutely. Hey, listen, that's what it's about. That's real solidarity, right? What's the context of the phrase being bad? I'll just show you. So this is where it comes from. It comes from this meme, right? Autistic screeching. When this meme was doing the rounds in like 2016, the way that people would refer to this is by going "re" like that. Just writing the word R-E-E-E-E-E. And it's like, it's so odd, man. It is super normalized all over Twitch, and it's just like, I'm not really like getting behind it, you know what I mean? And like, you know, there's a lot of arguments where people say like, oh, well, people take the piss out of ADHD a lot, and it's like, I'm gonna be real, man. As a person with ADHD, like, we're just not as demonized in the same way as autistic people. Like, we just aren't. Like, you know, I know that some people might think that that's wrong, but like, we're just not. Like, autistic people are generally, you know. Yeah, it originated on 4chan. It's like that's where it came from. It came from like a culture of ableism, you know. Yeah. Hey Link, how's it going? I'm ASD, and it sucks how marginalized we are for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the whole thing. It's bad. Yeah. This would often be paired with the incel shit about women visibly angry at protests, red-haired woman, some person in a hat. You've seen the images around that time. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Nappa says, the thing is, though, most normal people are happy if their tax that goes to doctors going up, and we hate that rich pricks don't do their share too. Yes, exactly, Nappa. That's the whole thing about this 250 million shit, where, like, they're trying to say that, you know, hey, it costs 250 million for these doctors to go on strike. Right, now do how much it would cost to up their wages. How much would it cost to up their wages? How much would it cost? Would it cost 250 million? Or would it cost less than 250 million? Because often, you will find that governments and institutions and corporations will pay more money to stop a strike from happening, to prevent strikes from happening, than they would have had to have paid just to give the workers the pay rise, right? And that's where this all comes from. You know, it's the knowledge that the everyday person who is not thinking about strike action, the apolitical, depoliticized person in the UK who is reading this BBC article, who is watching the slop, who is looking at the stuff on their phone or whatever, and they hear like, oh, the strikes are costing 250 million pounds. Why don't they just not strike? Yes, how much did we spend running drones to Gaza to support a fucking genocide? Exactly. But, you know, 250 million pounds. Oh my god. Oh my god! For the NHS, no less. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's always cheaper just to pay them more. Concern has been expressed that hospitals may struggle to discharge patients in time for Christmas as the doctors who are working concentrate on providing strike cover. Yeah, so pay them more. End the strike. This is the whole point. Oh no, these things might happen. Yes, that's the point. That's the point, dude. Do you want your patients to be out before Christmas? Pay us more. That's how important we are. Medical Director Professor Meghana Pandit said the strikes came at an immensely challenging time for the NHS. Yes, that's the point! It's so fucking frustrating reading this shit, man. NHS England said GP practices will continue to be open and urgent and emergency care will be available for those who need them. Yes. But even then, there's likely to be some disruption. Cheltenham General Hospital's emergency department is closing for emergencies during the strike. It will remain open for minor injuries, with patients advised to use nearby Gloucester Royal Hospital. NHS England said the public should use 111 online as the first port of call for urgent but non-life-threatening issues during the strike. Yeah. Strike is going ahead despite a new offer from the government being made last week. Again, the way they're framing this is so disgusting. Oh. You know? I got distracted from the stream by responding to people being silly on the clip channel comments. What, already? My video's been out for like an hour. Do you mean like on a different video or on this video? I don't think anyone has done anything on the new video. Yes, there will be. Oh yeah, on the old ones. Yeah. It's bad. Yeah, it's very bad. Yes, what's the point of the strikes if it's not an inconvenient time? Correct, nappers, yeah. The UK raised over £1.1 trillion in taxes last year, by the way, yep. Where's all that money going, eh? Where's all that money going? To Israel. Okay, right, so... I don't want to read the rest of this because it's stressing me out. Let's take a look at some videos. Resident doctor strike. Let's take a look at the ITV news report on this and try not to get mad.
Twas the week before Christmas and all through the NHS.
Twas the week before Christmas. Give him a Pulitzer. Give him a fucking Pulitzer, mate. God, that's fucking journalism, isn't it?
In England, resident doctors will be doing this.
Full pay restoration.
It was confirmed today their strike will go ahead at a time when NHS leaders say they need all hands on deck.
Yep, so pay them more. Dead easy.
ITV News broadcast this footage showing...
Here's the thing, right? Earlier this month, ITV News broadcast this footage, right? So when the strike wasn't happening, right? So the doctors are striking because this is what it's like in hospitals all over the UK. That's why they're striking, because it's like this. How do you make it not like this? You pay them more. Very easy.
Left in
very, very easy
as
stuff.
The health service struggles with winter pressures. With flu cases at a record level for this time of year, the health secretary says the decision to strike is irresponsible and dangerous.
The fact they are choosing to strike this week at a time to inflict maximum damage on the NHS, but also at a risk of serious harm to patients, I think is unconscionable.
I hate this motherfucker. I hate this motherfucker. He's also really, really trying to look like Carr Starmer, isn't he? Right now. I don't know anybody who genuinely likes this guy. Notice they say flu when COVID is also ripping through the population. A close friend of mine is suffering from it right now. Yeah, I had it earlier in the month, yeah. Not earlier in the month. I had it earlier last month. Yes, Wes Streeting would know. He is indeed an expert in damage to the NHS. Correct. Yeah. You know, I mean, the thing is that, like, look at his face. Like, you could tell from the expression on his face that he knows he's lying. And the reason that the NHS is suffering so bad, yeah, and it's his fault because he's the health secretary. Why are things so bad? You're the health secretary. What are you doing, dog? You're the health secretary. Sort it out. That's why you were elected. That's why you're in the job. But no, it's the workers who are wrong. Even my Labour Party loving centrist dad hates Streeting. Yeah, this is the thing. Even fucking centrists who elected Labour because they were like surgical politics, surgical forensic politics. The big boys are back in charge. The suits, no more sixth form politics, no more nationalising sausages. Even they are now like, this is a wash, bro. This is a fucking wash.
Resident doctors, formerly known as junior doctors, have received pay rises of nearly 30% in the past 3 years. But the BMA wants a further 26% rise over the next few years. The government's latest...
Always go back to the classic Dawn Foster tweet. Wes Streeting was always a lick spittle cunt. Yes, correct.
Offer included legislation to prioritise UK medical graduates for training places to tackle the job shortage and funding to cover the cost of exam fees. But that wasn't enough.
It clearly doesn't go far enough to fix this jobs crisis with just repurposed jobs, and also it doesn't do anything to address the long-term pay erosion that doctors have faced in the face of yet more real terms pay cuts that this government is pushing onto us.
So the 5-day walkout will begin on Wednesday morning. NHS leaders fear patients will be more than disrupted.
Patients, I'm sorry to say, are going to come to harm, and the NHS is going to be damaged.
Chief Executive NHS Providers. So should we just have a look at who's being platformed here? So what do we got here? Let's take a little look here. Voice, influence, and support to Join Up Health and Care. We're the membership organisation for the NHS hospital, mental health, community and ambulance services, treating patients and service users in the NHS in England. I thought you just said who you are. Why does it say who are we? We help NHS Foundation trusts to deliver high-quality patient-focused care by enabling them to learn from each other, acting as their public voice, and helping shape the systems that they operate in. So this guy is a mouthpiece for NHS bosses who will have been appointed by the government, who are mismanaging the NHS, which is leading to the crisis in the NHS that we're having right now. So that's who this is. Okay, got you. Acting as their public voice. This guy is literally a public representative for the NHS bosses that are refusing to pay. You know, they're just like refusing to give them a pay rise, and you know, not going to the government and not supporting them in the strike. So that's cool, isn't it?
We hoped that the government's offer from last week was at least going to get to a pause in the industrial action, while everyone needs to deal with the huge increase in flu. And sadly, a chunk of the workforce, a really important part of the workforce, are not going to be at work.
Come on, boys.
This will be their
It's 5 days, dog. It's 5 days. Like, are you serious?
14th strike in recent years.
I thought that it didn't matter if you had flu. I thought that the government was trying to tell us that, like, having flu is not that bad and COVID's just the same as flu, and that's why you don't need to worry about it.
Polling suggests the majority of the public no longer support their industrial action.
Yeah, let's have a look at that poll.
Well, Rebecca's hit.
No, okay, no. Polling suggests...
Strike in recent years. Polling suggests the majority of the public no longer support their industrial action.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see the poll. Can we see it? Hey, you just said that polling suggests... Which poll, my friend? Which poll?
Well, Rebecca's here. A lot of people are going to be very worried about this, aren't they?
What the fuck was that?
Well, Rebecca's here. A lot of people are
Rebecca's here.
be very worried about this, aren't they? What chance is there that it could actually be called off?
Rebecca who?
Well, I mean, the BMA insists that the strike is still entirely avoidable if the government presents...
Rebecca Barry, health correspondent. So literally just like another journalist. She's like, we're asking another journalist what she thinks. I don't fucking tune in to a news channel to get the opinion of another journalist.
It's a credible offer, but we're cutting it pretty fine. Their vote was definitive. 83% of BMA members voted to continue with this week's strike. There was a turnout of 65%.
Yeah, I'm absolutely certain that quality media reporting like this has got no effect on the public's opinion on whether to support striking workers or not. I'm sure that that's the case, yeah.
The Prime Minister said that he was gutted at that result. He said that it was irresponsible, and he claims that the BMA is now losing the sympathy of the public and the support of their colleagues.
Oh, I see. So it's the Prime Minister that's claiming this. Oh, I see.
A recent YouGov poll did...
that can't be anything to do with the fact that it will probably harm his reputation even further. Will it? It won't be anything to do with that.
Suggests that 58% of the public now oppose this industrial action.
Ah, okay. A YouGov poll. YouGov industrial action NHS strike poll. Let's take a look at it. 6 days ago. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. YouGov surveyed how many adults? 7,000. 7,000 adults surveyed. Right, let's take a look at this. It doesn't look too good. Strongly support and somewhat support at 33%. Somewhat oppose and strongly oppose at 38 and 20%. So that's 58%. So sure, man. The majority here in this particular poll from 6 days ago is saying that the public don't support it. There's a 9% don't know that I think is important. And whenever you see something like this, whenever you see numbers like, you know, getting towards double digits in the don't know answer column, that kind of means that there's a bit of confusion as to what is going on and things aren't being reported. You know what I mean? It's the exact narrative that they've been using here in Belgium. They're losing the support of the public, and then news stations go out of their way to show people going, I'm really bothered by this. Can't they strike some other way? Yeah, it's literally that. Let's take a look here. Region. Okay. London, rest of South, Midlands, North, Scotland, and Wales. So the most support in Scotland, because that's where normal people live, isn't it? And Wales, there's some high support in Wales. And there's some high support in the North, because this is all where normal people live, right? And then the rest of the South, not that many people strongly supporting in the rest of the South. Who's in the strongly oppose? Upsetting numbers in the North here for strongly opposed, but the Midlands appears to be the worst for this particular poll. But again, chat, you've got to remember, when they do polls like this, it's 6,810 adults who have been polled. Like, you know, the percentage of the population that it's representing here is so little. And I know that we get excited here about polls when it shows support, strong support of things like the Green Party or your party or any kind of positive left-wing idea, right? You know, like support for Israel declining rapidly. I know that we get excited about that, but it is important to remember this is a small section of the population, and people are very misinformed about doctors' strikes. People are very misinformed about striking in general, right? Let's have a look at age. I think age is important here. Strongly support 18 to 24. Only 16% of 18 to 24-year-olds strongly oppose. 60 leading the way here. Members of the 65 plus mark. Wow, that's crazy, chat. I never would have thought that, you know? I never would have thought that leading the way for the opposed percentage, I never would have thought it would be the 65 and over crowd. Wow, man. Oh, dude, it's such a joke, man. Like, boomers are they're just bringing this whole fucking country down, man. They're just like the most. Do you wanna see what boomers are doing to this country, chat? Who have we got here? Carol Malone, journalist and Daily Express columnist, TV commentator, regular on the Jeremy Vine show and GB News. Who does this to a puppy, for God's sake? Thank God for this man. That's an interesting knot. That's an interesting way that cars work. That's weird. Driving on the right side of the road. That's weird. Dogs do that, don't they? Dogs do that, don't they? Oh yeah, do you see that door magically close? Uh-huh. Yeah, just fucking put your arm right in that dog. That's the most disgusting sound I've ever heard in my entire life. Buddy's house. Woody's house. Now, that's obviously a real video, chat. I don't know what you're talking about. Carol Malone there. Journalist. Journalist. Okay, let's carry on with this.
NHS staff are going to have to stand in for their colleagues in the days just before Christmas. Today, the Conservatives said that they repeatedly warned Labour that these inflation-busting pay rises would set a dangerous precedent.
Hey, Gala Mango, yeah, the dog aged by a couple of years immediately.
Would ban doctors from going on strike.
Here we go. This is great. This is great, isn't it?
Inflation-busting pay rises would set a dangerous precedent, and today the Shadow Health Secretary...
Inflation-busting pay rises. Inflation-busting pay rises. It's just good stuff to say. It's just really nice, good things to say. Even if it wasn't AI, which it obviously is, who set up the camera to watch the whole thing? Yes, correct. If it wasn't AI, it would be like, yes, this is a bit. It records the guy tying up the dog. Famously, chat, when people abandon animals, what they do is they set up a tripod and a camera there to film themselves, you know?
Stuart Andrews said that the Tories would ban doctors from going on strike.
The Tories said that they'd ban doctors from going on strike. So that's good, isn't it? They'll never pay. So what the Tories have said is that they'll ban doctors from going on strike. So what that means to anyone with a brain is that no one will want to be a doctor because you don't get paid enough to be a doctor and handle the stress because they don't hire enough people. And, and that'll be fine. That'll save the NHS, won't it? That's good. I'm so glad that this journalist gave us her opinion on the doctors' strikes. I'm so glad that that's what happened.
We are doing this.
Let's listen to some of the actual strikers. How about that? How about we give some of the strikers a voice? That would be woke, wouldn't it? That's why we're doing it.
We are doing this for the public.
Hey, Rob.
For ourselves. Patient care is going down. The government is not prioritizing safe staffing levels and prioritizing patient care. So I do appreciate how frustrating this is for the public to see us out on strike, but we don't want to be here. We are doing this because we are undervalued and you, the public, are being undervalued.
Correct.
We have
this is it. This is literally it. It's so obvious. If you just listen to what the fucking strikers are saying, if you just platform the fucking strikers instead of Wes Streeting, who doesn't want to pay them more.
A winter crisis. Obviously, there is flu at the moment. We're well aware of that. And if things.
Did you hear the way that he said that? Right. It's really important to listen to the way that he said it. Chat. He said, "I know that there's flu at the moment." Right, okay, but if things continue, and then he carries on. The reason that he said it in that way is because it is so fucking annoying for doctors to have to hear journalists say, "But what about all the flu?" Because guess what? Guess what's been ravaging our country throughout the entire year? Fucking COVID.
Continue the way they are, winter crisis will become an all year round crisis. We have a situation where last year 30,000 doctors applied for 10,000 training jobs in England, and it is absurd to have a situation where patients need doctors, patients can't see doctors, patients being treated in corridors, and yet there are doctors who can't get jobs. That's absurd. It needs to be changed.
This could all be avoided. There is so much money that is going into these strikes and putting extra locum shifts that could be going into our annual pay and increasing our training spots.
What we're asking for is quite reasonable. We're asking for a recently trained doctor to be paid £1 per hour more, and a more senior resident doctor to be paid £2 per hour more over the next couple of years.
That's crazy that that's all that they're asking for, man. That's absolutely mental. Wes Streeting is like, we are too far apart on pay rises. These are the pay rises that Wes Streeting is saying the negotiations are too far apart on. £1 more per hour and £2 more per hour. Cool stuff.
To slowly go on that journey, as Wes Streeting said to us, towards fair pay. That's what we're asking for, and that's a reasonable ask.
Public support is important in any negotiation, but the bottom line is the strength of feeling amongst doctors. We've recently just had a poll on Wes Streeting's most recent offer, which showed a resounding rejection to what he thinks is an acceptable offer.
I mean, this is the thing that the media really needs to understand. The media really needs to understand this. Even if every single British person who is not a doctor was like, we should never pay doctors anymore, which will never happen because that's a stupid thing to say. It's a completely absurd thing to say, right? We should never pay doctors anymore. We should never do it. Ever, ever, ever. No one would ever do it. But if they did say that, it still wouldn't matter if the majority of doctors who were working said that they needed more money. It just wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. Public opinion is not, it's not relevant. It doesn't matter. Oh no, the public doesn't support the strikes. Guess what? The public used to think that Israel had a right to exist. Now a lot of them don't. Even with hundreds of thousands of doctors, that's barely more than a rounding error in the national budget. Yes, correct. £160 more a month is nothing compared to the inflation in the last 3 years. Yes. It's absolutely bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre that the line from the government on this is we are too far apart on pay. That's fucking mental.
We have to take this strike action to show him and the government that we still mean business and we still need to fix our jobs and our pay.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it, chat. Let's take a little listen to Richard J. Murphy, why doctors are really on strike and what it says about Britain. This guy's a bit of a woke economist. Could call him a Marxist economist. Or I don't know if he's a Marxist, but he is just an obvious lefty, possibly social democrat who understands that the economy is a bad thing. Let's listen to what he says about the doctors' strike.
Are doctors on strike in the UK? And I mean, why are they really on strike? We do know, of course, that superficially, this whole dispute is about pay, and I'm not disputing that. Very obviously, it is about pay, and it's about the fact that doctors have not had a proper pay rise, which now leaves them in a position where they are much worse off than they were in 2010.
By the way, chat, streaming is my full-time job at the minute. I get my wage topped up by the universal credit, the benefit system here in the UK, but ideally, I would not have to wait for that. I would not have to have that be a thing. Please consider paying me for the job that I'm doing. I would only ask you to pay £5 per person, which is the same amount that you would pay on Twitch. And if you donate and get us to the dono goal, which is there, £500, if we get another £232, maths, before the end of the month, before the New Year's Eve stream, that means that we will unlock the Chat Louvre New Year's Eve stream segment where I will go around a little virtual gallery of all the funniest chat messages that we've had since I came back to streaming in May this year. So that'll be fun for everyone, won't it? And don't forget, chat, tonight is movie night. So in the Discord tonight, we are going to be watching Gremlins and Planes, Trains and Automobiles after the stream. I'm very much looking forward to it. They're two of my favourite films of all time, and I can't wait to watch them with you. So we'll be doing that, and yeah, it will be a late one, but obviously some of you don't live in the UK, so it'll be fine, but some of you are night owl freaks like me, so we'll be watching it together, won't we? So yes, very exciting. Very, very, very exciting. So don't forget that. Also, don't forget, we do have ads on the stream. There's another ad in 5 minutes. If you want to miss the ads, please consider subscribing. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can get a free subscription with your Amazon Prime, and you will be able to get a sub to the stream and miss the ads by using that. But yeah, thank you. That's the call to action. There it is. Bubble, welcome in. Night Owl Freak reporting in. Hoot Hoot, says Val. Hell yeah, that's it. That's the one. I'm not a night owl at all, but for movie night, I'll make an exception. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. And also, it's my birthday tomorrow, so I'll be upset if you don't do it. Welcome in, Mr. Dank. Welcome in, Bubble. How are you doing? Let's go. Let's continue with this video.
So clearly there's a pay dispute going on, but it's my suggestion to you that there's also something much more important happening in this pay dispute, and the one that looks likely to follow, which is the nurses going on strike as well. This is not just about pay. What we're seeing are people...
Thank you very much, LHS. Appreciate that.
Well experienced, more than capable of forming sound judgments, judgments that we have to rely upon if we're sick, who are saying they've had enough of austerity.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Enough of the broken housing market. They've had enough of being exploited. They can't face this economy anymore because it's one which is hostile to their well-being. And they've had enough of Wes Streeting, who doesn't understand how stressed these people are.
Yep.
Let's just start with that question of austerity. Doctors are worse off now than they were in 2010. The pay data shows.
And you can just feel this as a person living in Britain. You can just tell that patient care got worse after 2010. After 2010, it got way harder to get an appointment at the doctor's. Everything just started going downhill rapidly. Now, you have to wake up at fucking 7:30 in the morning, log onto a machine, try and get an appointment. All the appointments are gone within a minute because they just don't have the money to staff the phones so that receptionists can make appointment, and there aren't enough clinics in the neighborhoods that they're in to be able to manage the people who need treatment because they've been underfunded by the Tories. And that's it. That's it, right? Do dentists even exist anymore? It feels like they're dying out. Well, dentists are private in the UK, aren't they? And no one can afford to do fucking anything. I will be honest, chat, and I feel bad about it. I mean, I think I take fairly good care of my teeth. I sometimes miss brushing them at night, sometimes. But, you know, I think I do all right, but I've stopped going to the dentist. I'm being so for real. I've stopped going to the dentist because I can't afford to pay for a fucking. I mean, I know that I should be able to get like I know I should be able to get a NHS dentist, but a lot of the NHS dentists don't even take on new patients anymore. It's really fucked up. You know? Like, I've missed loads of dentist appointments because it's like, I just don't want to pay the 20 quid, man. You know what I mean? It's like 20 quid to get my teeth checked. And it's like, I think what I'm going to do is just like, you know, the scrapey thing that they tell you not to do at home. I'm going to just do that. I'm going to just do it at home. Gonna have to stay in bed tomorrow, so movie night falls at a good time. No, movie night is tonight after the stream, network. It's tonight in the Discord. Tonight after the stream. Had to get my teeth fixed in Thailand. I can't afford it here. Yeah, that's fucked. I haven't registered to a dentist since I moved to Edinburgh. Worried I'd have to deal with it all as a trans woman. Oh yeah, you got them trans teeth. That's the problem with that, Val. Oh, it means that you can sleep in. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah, you got them trans teeth. Because as you know, it's completely different having teeth when you're trans. Because all the problems that you have with your teeth could be because you're just transgender. And if any of the cis people in the chat are going like, damn, Mule's sounding proper transphobic right now. No. Like, this is a real thing that the fucking... Like, the NHS, like, healthcare when you're fucking trans... You know, they call it the trans broken arm, right? It's like you'll go into a doctor and you'll be like, I have a broken arm. And they'll be like, that's interesting. Let's check your hormone levels. What? This is a real thing that happens to trans people.
That their pay has, in real terms,
really normal stuff.
And it's lagged housing costs, which have soared. And yet, Labour is saying it can't afford to give them any more. I know they did an adjustment.
Really normal island, yeah.
But that was only a partial settlement, and the doctors made that clear at the time and said, we'll accept it so long as you follow up with better offers in future years. And now Labour is refusing to do that. And there's one very simple reason why Labour is refusing to do that.
Yeah, got a cold, let's just check your hormone levels, yeah.
It still embraces austerity.
Yeah, maybe we need to take those hormone levels down a bit. Because you're getting too ill.
Has got a private sector mindset. Worse than that, he's internalized the anti-public sector dogma of those with a private sector mindset. And the fact is, the NHS is not and never can be a market if it is to meet the needs of the public in the UK and become a public good. That is something which is supplied free of charge for the benefit of everybody at public cost. It just cannot be a market. But he is forcing people in the NHS to work in a system which is a pretend market. He's treating the price that he's willing to pay them as if it is determined by a market. And as a consequence, those people who work in the NHS, who are valuable and whose skills can be bought by other countries overseas, can no longer survive in the...
This is a key thing in understanding this element of nationalisation, of nationalised healthcare. You simply cannot treat nationalised healthcare as a market because you cannot put a price on someone's health. You simply can't. The years and years of training that it takes to become a doctor, and he makes an extremely good point here. This is something that is already happening. People who have trained, not just because you hear the stories of people who come to the UK, train to be a doctor, and then go back home, right? Which in my opinion is absolutely fine. I have nothing wrong with that. But there are people who are training to be a doctor here in the UK who were born here, and they're going and getting a job in another country. Right? And it's like, is that what we want? Is that actually what we want? Is that actually what we want? Do we want to fuck over people who live here that much that even our doctors are like, you know what, man? I'm going to go to, I don't know, Canada. I'm going to go to Canada and be a doctor there. I'm going to go to the USA and be a doctor in the private medical health care system there. Like, fuck me, man. Doctor wanted me to not go above 2 milligrams of estrogen a day. Nothing was happening. Now I'm on 8 a day. It's actually working. Yeah, like doctors treat estrogen like it's some kind of like terrible, scary drug that's gonna fucking ruin your life or whatever. And it's so mad because it is a scary drug that will ruin your life if you're a trans man. That's for sure. That's true. But you know, when it's trans women, it's like, oh no, don't take too much estrogen. And there was a doctor who was. He's like famously pro-trans. What's the guy's name? I can't remember. Like, people have always said he's a bit of a weirdo. But he was literally just like rubbing estrogen gel on his face. He was just like, yeah, whatever, man. And it was because it made his face soft. Because he's a gay man and he was like, yeah, I want like a sort of like a kind of a feminine face, but I'm not trans. And he had to stop because it was giving him tits. You know what I mean? But he was just like doing it willy-nilly. He was just like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. But he's probably putting loads on and he didn't care and he knew that it wasn't that big of a deal. And all he has to do was stop when he realized he was getting a bit booby, right? He was just like, oh, I just have to stop and the boobs will go away and that's it, right? It's so dumb.
Environment that
it's so dumb that people are just like, oh my God, don't have too much estrogen because you never know what's going to happen. It's like, yes, I do know what's going to happen. It's going to make me a woman. That's what I want. He said that E made him look younger. Yes, that as well. I mean, it's true. It's true. It's true.
A doctor,
I know, that's going to be everyone soon, Luna, right?
£70,000 now might, if they're lucky, or perhaps if they're exceptionally burdened, be able to borrow £350,000 to buy a house. That barely buys an average home in much of England.
Yeah.
And the doctor will not reach that point in their career progression until they're well into their 30s. And I don't believe that doctors should need a partner to be able to afford a reasonable house for themselves to live in. We are living in a situation where doctors are now trapped by...
I once played a bit with T because I was experimenting and I found out that that way that, you know, like NB woman is better for me, but I sort of wish maybe I had some blood tests through it. Yeah, I mean, testosterone's a bit different because it's super powerful. It's a super powerful hormone. I think that this is why like gender criticals and TERFs are so fucking annoying because they just don't understand how like gender or sex works or anything like that, right? All of us are born, like the reason that we have nipples is because when we're a fetus, we're just like automatically woman, right? And then when, you know, that's why like, you know, the prostate is literally a mushed up uterus and vagina inside the butthole. That's what that is, right? That's what it turns into, and like the penis is just like a large fucking clitoris, and the balls are just the ovaries on the outside, right? And that's what testosterone does. It just like changes you, but like, you know, we all have estrogen, but then when you're developing and, you know, however the gender happens, however the gender or the sex happens when you're in the uterus, testosterone takes over, and all of a sudden it's like fucking like your brow, your bones, everything, you know, it all just starts to go insane mode. Yeah. Hey Sorka, how you doing? I wonder how many times we're gonna have to go through this kind of thing because people like turfs. Whoa! Twitch won't stop telling me to post this.
Twitch won't stop telling me to post this.
Thank you so much, Sorka, for the 25 months. Let's go. It's more than 2 years. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. What was I reading there? I wonder how many times we're gonna have to go through this kind of thing because people like turfs who refuse to adapt to reality. Right, yeah. Hormones for everybody for free on tap now. You can make your own hormones. I would never say that anyone should do that, especially if it's testosterone, which is a controlled substance. You should never do that. But it is possible. I think this is a thing that people like just don't like. People just forget it. They're just like, oh well, you know, the state says I can't have hormones, so that means I can't have hormones. And it's like, well, no, you can. You could make them yourselves. It would be illegal, and you should never do it. But I don't know what the state expects when it is stopping people from getting hormones. People are just going to make their own. It's like mifepristone in America, the abortion drug. The mifepristone abortion drug in America, there's people who are now learning how to make that. There should be an opt-out process like with dono cards. Here's the thing about that, Bubble. There is one. Do you know what it is? It's called puberty blockers, and they fucking banned those. That's the opt-out process. It's like if you just want to like chill and not like have puberty make your fucking like, you know, gender go crazy, you just have puberty blockers. You just stop puberty from happening. And it's not irreversible damage, you know? Well, yes, they're banned for trans kids. Yes, if you're a cis kid, you can still have it for precocious puberty, which means having puberty way before you should, right? My endocrinologist is the most base guy in the entire city. Every single trans person I know who's taken HRT can access it through him because he gives you an informed consent sheet, takes your blood test, gives you hormones. I'm taking my friend Jade to her first appointment in January. I wish all doctors were like him. I think a lot of doctors are like that because a lot of doctors understand it, but the state is just like, no, you should not be like that, right? It's all about red tape and the state and like misinformation. Like that's what all it is. We live in a horrid, violent state that pretends to be polite about it. Yes, that's the most frustrating and upsetting thing about England. It's like, oh, everybody's really polite. Oh no, don't worry about it. Oh, you can't get a pay rise. That's just how it is, my dear. Have a cup of tea and forget about it. You know. Okay.
Handled by banks and by interest rates, whilst monopolies exploit them for energy, for telecoms and transport. The state is enabling this just, of course, as it is also enabling the exploitation of nurses and all the other people who realise that ends just cannot meet anymore in our country.
Keep calm and carry on. No, fuck that. Smash a window. Exactly.
The doctors are in an unusual position. They know they're privileged compared to a lot of people, but they also know
marmalade sandwiches for heat again.
That no longer works even for them, despite their privilege. And to me, that is a tipping point.
The Tory Graph ran a story yesterday saying the NHS was a mistake. The NHS will have to go. I mean, the Tories have been saying this for years, lesbian hot sauce, you know? They've been saying this for years. The public understands this. No, we don't. No, we don't. I fucking hate it when fucking newspapers say this particular line. Counterpoint. No. Counterpoint. No. Wrong. Wrongo bongo, buddy. As the last biggest survivor of post-war nationalization, it's hard to escape the conclusion that the model itself is to blame. Philip Johnston. This motherfucker wants to get rid of our NHS, chat. This motherfucker wants to get rid of our NHS. Trust me, man. The public told me. Trust me, bro. The public said. Counterpoint. I think you should be put in prison forever. Prison abolition except for him. Okay. The King's openness about his experience dealing with a cancer diagnosis had an instant impact. Within 24 hours, 100,000 people had used a new service from Cancer UK to check their eligibility for screening on the NHS. Too often people avoid screening because they imagine it may be frightening, embarrassing, or uncomfortable, the King said. And when they finally take up their invitation, they're glad they took part. That may well be true, but only if they manage to get through the barriers that a head of state does not have to negotiate. These include the 8 AM lottery to obtain an appointment with a GP, which will most likely be by phone, especially if the concern is vague or seemingly non-urgent. Then at some point, they may get to see a consultant. My wife received a letter from the local hospital offering her an appointment in November, which seems to be remarkably quick, until she realized it was for November 2026. It would be a telephone consultation as well. This is a lie. This is a lie. This didn't happen. I'm sorry, but things are bad, but they're not that bad. Everyone has a similar story to tell about our NHS, in quotation marks there. Damn, dude, this is crazy. NHS would have to half waiting list to meet target. Right, projected target. Wow, that's crazy. Look at this in 2010. I wonder what was different in 2010. That's weird. I wonder what was different in 2010, dude. Wow, look at this. Whoa, look at this. They're not all bad. Some people maintain that they've been brilliantly treated. Their cancer picked up early by screening allowed surgeons equipped with state-of-the-art technology to deal with it. This is what an efficient and well-organized health system should be doing as a matter of course, yet poor cancer outcomes in this country testify it's far from the case. As the King observed, early detection is critical, and yet the NHS, vaunted for decades as the envy of the world, performs worse in this regard than almost any other country. Damn, dude, why is that? Why is that? Why does it perform worse? Oh, it just can't. It's just how it is. Except you did a graph here that said that it isn't how it is. So now what, dog? Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to improve the conditions of the NHS. Oh, well, probably not. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Data from the Less Survivable Cancers Task Force show that out of 33 countries of comparable wealth and income levels, the UK ranks as low as 28th for 5-year survival for both stomach and lung cancer. Yeah, damn, dude. Sounds like we should fund the NHS. This rises slightly to 26th for pancreatic cancer, 25th for brain cancer, and 21st and 16th for liver and esophageal cancers, respectively. The countries with the highest 5-year survival rates for less survivable cancers were Korea, Belgium, USA, Australia, and China. If people in the UK survived at the same rate, then over 8,000 lives could be saved annually. Hey, dog. What's going on with, what's going on with China? What's the health system like in China, dude? What's that like? What's that like? Absolutely not just a bunch of vultures looking to move in and strip NHS assets like they did everything else that was privatized in this country, yep. If people in the UK survived at the same rate, over 8,000 lives could be saved, yeah. China are currently curing cancer, yes. China are developing bone glue that heals a broken bone in 3 hours. Stabs you. You know, you've lost a lot of blood. Have you considered letting me put you out of your misery? That's exactly what they've done to the NHS, yes. They stabbed the NHS, and now they're like, oh, damn, looks like we gotta put you down, bro. There's no way you're gonna recover from this. You better just die. China is private public model, but it's hugely regulated. I'm getting a drug from China if all things come to light legally, like seriously. Yes, this is the thing. Like, I'm not even saying that China has like a public model. Like, China has a private model, but guess what? It is super affordable. Super affordable. Extremely affordable. It's so mad. It's so mad, man. The main causes of the gap are often the results of patients waiting too long for a confirmed diagnosis and for treatment to begin. And also, like that, you know, what you said there, Lesbian Hot Sauce, about, you know, I'm getting a drug from China if all things come to light. It's like, damn, dude. So what you're saying is that actually, we should make healthcare better by regulating it and making it super affordable for everyone. I mean, we have that with the NHS, right? We technically have a private-public model. We're just kind of chaotic about it. Yes, correct. Yes. The NHS have completely failed me. Yes, and the government for not funding it enough. That's why you've been failed, right? You know? The NHS fails people all the time. All the fucking time. Every single day. Because of the Tories. So the problem really starts with primary care, although patients continue to struggle once they're in... this is crazy. The problem starts with primary care. This is the main part of the NHS that has not been funded. It's not been funded by the government. China basically does what neoliberals wish capitalism would do without actually having a government which maintains such a state of affairs. Yes. There are not enough beds. UK has fewer per capita than all but 5 of 38 OECD countries. France has 3 times more. Germany has 4 times more. Yes, you need to fund the NHS. That's the end of every single thing that you're saying. Why is this? Why is this? It may be noted that the more successful countries do not have socialized health service like ours, operating under dispensation set out in 1948 in totally different times. Ah, yes. That's what it is, isn't it? It's because they don't have socialized health services. That's the reason why it's bad, isn't it? Except that it was good for a long time. And the only reason that they're doing this now, chat, right? The only reason that they're doing this now is because... The only reason that they're feeling so emboldened to talk about this shit is because the people who remember what it was like without the NHS are dying. My gran said to me that she had it was some kind of a growth or something on her leg. And it was really stressing her out, and it was really painful, and her mum was just like, well, we can't afford to get it sorted. And that was it. That was it. She was like, we just, you know, we just couldn't afford to get it sorted. So that's the end of that. We just couldn't deal with it. I can't remember the name of this guy. Harry Leslie or something like that. I think his name was Harry Leslie or Leslie Harry. But he was a World War II veteran, and he told a story. I'll never forget it. It was about how his mum died on the kitchen table one evening because they couldn't afford to get her health sorted. Like, she just died on the kitchen table. She, like, started writhing around and got on the kitchen table and just, like, died horribly. You know? We tried to implement a national healthcare framework after World War II under Truman, but it got scuttled under the guise of fighting communism. Yep. We haven't the social background for mass infrastructure anymore. No modern-day Kingdom Brunels. No Dickens. No UK political peers drinking so deep from the Kool-Aid. UK political peers are drinking so deep from the Kool-Aid they don't see the empty world that they're fostering. Yes, correct. Correct. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's just really good stuff. I'm not reading the rest of this. I've already got loads of other stuff to get mad at. I got loads of other stuff to get mad at tonight. I'm not reading the rest of that, but thanks for letting me know about it. Thanks for letting me know about it. Let's finish this video from Richard Murphy.
If those with privilege, and I stress it, the doctors have an advantage over many people in our society, cannot make this system work, it is most definitely broken.
Never forget that Nye Bevan was fucking legit hardcore left as well, and he tried so hard. It was the liberals that said we need money to bomb Korea instead, yes.
To young people from professional life has collapsed. there is no chance of well-being anymore. If you became a doctor in the 1970s, you were going to live comfortably or better than that. And now you're going to live in debt, in stress, and without a good standard of living because you're going to be exploited every which way you turn.
So my neighbour downstairs, who's a doctor, absolutely hates living in this place. She bought the place, I think, with her mum's help. I think she's lived here for about 6 or 7 years. And the reason that I actually know her is because she was sending me noise complaints because apparently I walk really loud, right? And I just didn't know this. Apparently, I stomp around and stuff. And to be fair, I weigh 90 kilos, right? So yeah, it's gonna be loud when you hear me walk. Like if you don't have good soundproofing in your flat and stuff. I never hear the people in the flat above mine, so I don't know what the difference is. But anyway, that's the reason that I know. Yeah, I walk really loud. That's what she says. I mean, look, I have thought privately, it sucks to be you know what I mean? I just don't think that she's used to living in the... No, it's not because of fucking. It's not. I've only ever got one complaint from fucking too loud, right? I would boast if this happened. It's not about fucking. It's not about that. That's only ever happened once, and it was from my neighbour that way, who's a lovely older gay man called John, right? I love him to bits. And he just sent me a message, I was just fucking my partner at the time. It was 7 o'clock in the evening or something, and he was just trying to watch Coronation Street, you know what I mean? And I was just fucking her too good. So, yeah, okay, that, whatever, but no, it isn't that. It's literally walking. And I did not understand it either, right? I did not understand it either. I was I walk too I said, I really think that you just have to, get better at living in town. This is what it's like to live in town. Do you know what I mean? I know it's different for me because I rent and that, but you just kind of have to get used to it. You know what I mean? And I think she really regrets buying this house, buying this flat. And she won't be able to sell it really and stuff like that. And it sucks, man. It really sucks. I really feel for her. It's really shit. She just hates living here. And it's she's a doctor, man. She should be allowed to get a better gaff. Quiet hours are a thing, but basically, yes, people do be walking. I mean, look, I do go to bed late sometimes, and I think that that's what it is. So what I do nowadays is I literally tiptoe, You're living in proximity with many people all around, you just hear stuff. Yes. I've lived here for 11 years, right? No, sorry, way more than that, 15 years. And I know exactly, that's just what it's like. You just hear so much stuff all the time. So, that's what it's like. But anyway. Last couple of weeks, my upstairs neighbour's been hammering using a power tool around midday. When I'm in the house at midday, it's annoying, but I wouldn't complain because I'm not a dick, yeah. Anyway, the point that I was trying to make is that she's a doctor, and she should be able to get any gaff that she wants. And it's fucking shit that she isn't, that she can't. I'd rather live in the city than the suburbs any day, Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, you say that, but I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, man. Living in the city for 15 years becomes very, very, very old, way quicker than you'd think it would. Way quicker than you think it would.
But West Streeting,
mass availability of public transport, that stuff is good. That bit of it is good. But I am telling you right now, things get existential pretty fucking quick. When you when you can't have a garden. Right, you just can't have a garden. There's no garden, there's no green stuff. Everyone's fucking pissed and fighting all the time around your gaff. It's not good, man. You know what I mean?
Tells them they're being unreasonable.
You get proper anxious, proper quick.
How can he do that? Because that is just not true. And he's delivering his message to the doctors in the worst way possible. For example, he wrote an article telling the doctors they shouldn't be striking in the Daily Telegraph.
City Park is a thing. No. It's not the same. I've got a park right next to my gaff. Like, literally right next to my gaff. And it's just like, it's not the same, man. It's not the same. I'm sorry. It's just not the same. It's not private. You know, like, parks are great and it's good to hang out in a park, and I'm not being a snob about it or anything. Do you know what I mean? But, like, honestly, just like, it's just not the same. It's just not the same.
But which every single person who works for the NHS in the UK knows.
Right. Chat, I've got to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a tick. I won't be long. Back in a tick. Oh yeah, that's right. Ah, what's the chat saying? Oh my gosh. As an ex-resident of Sheffield, we need a healthy Peak District adjacent rivalry. Because Manchester. How about we just don't? How about we don't do any of that? How about we, like, unite as the working class? It'd be nice to have a garden sometimes you could get an allotment. Yeah, I mean, getting an allotment is in a city centre as well. Not very... It's not very feasible. You need a lot of cash for a garden to matter. What are you talking about? You need a lot of cash for a garden to matter? What are you on about? What does that mean, man? That's fucking crazy. What are you talking about? My house growing up had a full forest behind it. That's dope. There are fights outside my house all the time. Yeah, shit. I love living in the city if I can access a community garden and go to the country at least twice a month. Otherwise, I start losing my being. Yeah, better than the suburbs, though. Nightmare. Being far away from stuff is bad. That's true. But, like, you know, I think that the solution to all of this is that everybody just has inner city living. Coastal city is pretty nice, except my nearest beach is an industrial dockyard. Yeah, that sounds bad. That sounds bad. Part next to my apartment is all lit up for Christmas right now. It's very pretty to walk through it at night. Yep. Big farmer out here trying to crush the small-time gardener, yeah. If you like the Highlands and could drive, it puts everything... Oh, Inverness could be up a lot of people's alley. If you like the Highlands and drive... Puts everything on your doorstep. I mean, that's the thing, innit? You know. I can walk down my street and look out over the sea. It's pretty nice, all things considered. You see, already, that's way better than what I've got here. I can't see fucking shit except for other massive buildings. It's fucked. The view, if it wouldn't dox me, I would show you the view outside my gaff, chat. The view outside my gaff is literally another building. It's just like a brick wall and windows. And so, like, you can't even really look out there because eventually you're just looking in other people's houses. And it's, like, really bad. Like, the other day I looked out the fucking window. In fact, my neighbor's literally in her fucking apartment right now. In the room that I, like, the other day, I looked over there and she'd forgotten to draw the fucking windows and was just, like, taking her top off. And I was like, fuck, I don't want to be, like, I'm, like, accidentally perving on this lady. It just sucks. It just sucks. It just fucking sucks. A lot of the problems with cities is an issue with capitalism, brain. Like, if you lived in a city full of commies, it would probably be much nicer. My hot take is that we shouldn't, as communists, strive to live in atomized suburbs and rural places. Well, I mean, the real... Okay, I'm glad that you brought that up, because I think that, like, the actual issue here is that there is no connection between land, between town and country. Like, that's the biggest thing. Like, and I don't think that cities... Because what you have to remember is that cities are because of capitalism. Like, cities exist because of capitalism. Because it was like, right, we have to bring... Like, we didn't live in cities. We don't live in cities as humans. We live in, like, little villages that are like, yeah, you can, like, you know, travel to other villages that are, like, relatively close by, right? Well, no. Well, yes. What do you mean, well, no? Mule, that's Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia? I don't think Mesopotamia was, like, the biggest, like, city of all time in terms of, like, London. You know, like what London is nowadays, or what, like, New York is nowadays, you know? I'm saying we've had cities for as long as we've had civilization. I don't think we've had them on the scale as like what we have nowadays. I don't think it's comparable. I understand what you mean, like big concentrations of people. Urban density has increased, that's coincidental to capitalism. No, that's happened because of capital. Like, that's the thing that I'm talking about. You know? That's the thing that I'm talking about. Like, people used to live in fairly small rural towns and industrialists. Like, this is written in history. This is monitored. This is measured. You know? Yes, a product of industrialization, which is a phenomenon that coincided with capitalism. Well, industrialization happened and birthed capitalism, right? We would still have cities without capitalism. They would just be different. Yeah, okay, so, if we're getting into, like, the actual, like, you know, semantics of what I said, yes, there were cities or, like, large concentrations of people before capitalism. What I'm saying is that it is generally understood that industrialization brought people in from relatively rural living to concentrations in city centers, and then life just got, like, immeasurably worse, and has not, like, you know, gotten any better. Not got much better since then. Having the Alps over there is a fucking privilege, incredible privilege. Yeah, definitely. Atomization is bad, but by right, the countryside is ours, historically correct. Yeah, trains used to provide a pretty good link between cities and rural areas, yes. Pretty easy to find unspoiled nature in Orlando within an hour's drive, hell yeah. I believe we're talking about the British Cultural Revolution specifically, yes. Well, not the Cultural Revolution, but the Industrial Revolution. But the Cultural Revolution is what happened before that, is what you're saying. See, I don't know much about that. In England, most people lived in the countryside, were forced into cities, and the countryside became the playground for the rich. Yes, correct. Exactly, yes. Yes. Anyway, let's carry on with the Richard Murphy thing.
Hates the NHS and everything it stands for with regard to meeting the needs of everyone, whoever they are in society. He could not have been more successful in going out of his way to show contempt for workers if he had tried. But, let's be clear, doctors don't want strikes, nor do I. The fact is, they are being given no choice but strike in a system that is failing all around them. This strike is therefore not just about pay, although pay is obviously a part of it. My suggestion is that this strike is a symptom of something which is much deeper, and that is systemic failure within our economy.
Yep.
People are totally alienated by a system that is now making their lives impossible. This battle is therefore about something more than pay. It's about values. It's about doctors who are under attack and who do not accept the position of a Labour government that is putting them in a wholly unwarranted position. It's dangerous that we've reached this point. And this dispute is not just about doctors, because it's about something much bigger than that. It's about how we meet our needs.
Damn.
And what the economy is for. That's the question that is being...
Sounds a little Marxist-y there, dude. Not sure about that.
The risk is...
Meeting people's needs couldn't be me.
Work. And they can't afford to pay the rent. And they can't afford to feed their children. And all of those situations are coming to pass. Then that economy might actually fail in its entirety. That is what I mean by systemic failure. That is...
Ancient Rome had a population of 1 million. Alexandria had 500,000. Modern urbanism had issues which are symptoms of capitalism, but urbanism. Right, but Sorka, Alexandria had that population because it was an empire, and it was like the capital of the empire, and it's where commerce was centralized. Same for Rome. Commerce was centered. The empire's fucking commerce center was Rome, and that's not quite capitalism. It's obviously completely different. It's like mercantilism, etc., etc. You couldn't remotely call it, you know, that shit. But, you know, yes, fine. There were cities that had populations of 1 million back in the day. Fine, I agree with that. But I would also argue that that is as a result of a concentrated, you know, like I said, a centralized flow of commerce. It's a question of infrastructure. If everyone lived in the valley where I grew up, everyone would need cars to get anywhere, and the infrastructure cost would be enormous. Yep.
The point that we are reaching. We are on the cliff edge, waiting for all those things.
My point isn't that ancient Rome and Alexandria were good. No, I know. Your point is that cities existed before capitalism. I know what your point is. But what I'm saying to you is that, you know, while it isn't capitalism, it's still money and exchanging goods and commodifying goods, and like empire and shit like that forces people into cities. It makes cities necessary, whereas cities are not necessary, which is my argument.
That happen not just amongst 20% or so of the population as they do now, but on a widespread basis. Henry Ford, who set up the Ford Car Company, knew all
He's a
about
good guy.
this. He knew in the 1920s that if he did not pay his people enough so that they could afford to buy his cars, he could never be successful. We are now in a situation where Streeting has to understand if he does not pay the people who work for the NHS enough that they can afford to work for it, we can't have a programme of care in this country, and everything else falls apart as a consequence. That's the crisis we face.
Here's the thing that Wes Streeting doesn't understand. Our populace is overwhelmingly finding themselves having things like long COVID, becoming disabled because of long COVID, and other illnesses that are entirely preventable because of the mismanagement and the continued austerity that has been forced on the NHS. And things are already falling apart in this country. And if he thinks that keeping this up is sustainable, he's going to find out pretty fucking soon that it isn't. And things in this country are going to change absolutely catastrophically. You know. I'd argue that doesn't necessarily track. Cities would still exist in a fully post-capitalist society. They would be markedly different in the ways that cities tend to radically vary in radically different societies. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think that people are getting lost in the weeds. I'm not saying, like, what I was saying was the thing that we need to do to make cities bearable to live in is to reconcile town and country, right? That's the thing that you do. If you want to make cities bearable for people to live in, reconcile town and country. What that means is that we actually, like, plan things on a broader national scale rather than, like, a concentrated area. Because not only is it better for people, but it is also better for the environment. Give everyone a little garden. Give everyone a community garden. You know what I mean? You know, social housing, nationalized transport, you know? And I think that the concept of, like, you know, something like London, right? Where London is so, like, fucking dense and shit. And, you know, people just have, like, a very shit time living there. You know, I don't really know anyone who, like, enjoys living in London or thinks, like, London is mint. It's so good. It's not busy and it's not stressful to get around and shit like that. I just think that shit just needs to stop. I think that, like, cities could be, like, a certain size and they're good. Do you know what I mean? London, I think, was fine until relatively recently. Yeah, that's literally what I'm saying, yeah. That's literally what I'm saying. I just feel it's more important to focus the money on the city centre and fuck the rural towns and seaside towns. I mean, that's the other thing that you're saying when you're saying that, like, cities are important and cities matter, is that, like, you know, we have to remember that people do not live in cities, regardless as to whether, you know. cities exist or not. Might this be related to the current discussion? You have to be a subscriber to post links. The page you're on is trying to send you to BBC. Yeah, fine. Why is it giving me a redirect notice? Cambridge study reveals Britain industrialised earlier than thought. 17th century saw a booming workers of real rights, blacksmiths, shoemakers, a decline in agricultural labours. The study found the Industrial Revolution in Britain may have started 100 years before the mid-18th century assumption. A study has found. Well, the only reason that we have the mid-18th century Industrial Revolution thing is because of the spinning jenny, right? There's people who like living in New York City. New York City also has a big old community park in the center. Yes, and even that is not that accessible, right? Great Yarmouth is dying. Oh well, sucks to suck. Yeah. I love architectural history. The Stunlock is a little special interest treat for me. This isn't necessarily architectural history. This is just industrialization and urban density. The reason that there was... I mean, Marx talks about this, doesn't he? He talks about mercantilism. Like, this is mercantilism, which happened... you had the feudal system, and then what happened during, like, in feudal times, after feudal times, there was, or during feudal times, there was a development of mercantilism, and mercantilism is essentially what started colonialism, right? Going back to the guilds, yes. Central Park has become more and more inaccessible and gentrified in my lifetime. Yes, absolutely. Steam engine was a big factor in the Industrial Revolution too. Yes, that's right. Hello, Monkey Spume. Good to see you. So yeah, you have mercantilism, which, because, you know, people didn't just like explore quote unquote new lands just because it was like, oh, it's adventure. Like, they did it because they were like, maybe there's more things to exploit. Maybe there's just like more people to exploit. Maybe there's like new, like, if I could discover, like, gold, it was like gold was like a huge thing, wasn't it? It was like, where can we find gold? There's so much gold in Africa, so we gotta go there and murder people, you know? And of course, you know, empire as well. That shit as well. And so, yes, like, there were less serfs. Like, it just makes sense if you understand imperialism, if you understand colonialism. You know, absolutely, there were a surge of people in Britain who were producing goods and a decline in agricultural workers because less, like, damn, dude, what was happening in the 17th century in, like, a country that we had relations with, the USA? What was happening there, dude? What were we doing? Did we count black people as people during this time? When we created an underclass of African people that were abducted and put into slavery, you know what I mean? What did that smarmy posh bitch say this time? Wait, who, what? Jimmy Carr? Hello, Maracas. Welcome in. Who are you referring to? Britain was already a nation of makers by the year 1700. Yes, of course, because we'd created an underclass already. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Makes absolute sense.
It is a lack of understanding. It is a lack of understanding that because of the level of exploitation by the financial services industry and monopoly industry in this country that is extracting rent and interest and monopoly profits from people, the whole thing is on the precipice of collapse. Labour needs to get its head about this very soon. The doctors are just the start. Meltdown is on its way. And what then? Who knows? The anger is rising.
Yeah.
And it can't be contained forever. And when even the doctors are feeling this anger, are feeling alienated from the world in which they live because the government has chosen to do nothing about meeting their needs, then we are in deep trouble. My question to you is, do you think that's really the case? There's a poll down below this video. You can vote there, and please leave your comments. I want to know what you think about the future and whether this doctor strike is really the point where we recognise that the crisis facing our society is so big that it encompasses most people within it. Like and subscribe, of course, to this video and to this whole channel.
I mean, he's pretty good, chat. I would recommend it. Interested to consider the idea of guilds in the context of Varoufakis techno-feudalism. No, it isn't. What are you talking about? No, it isn't. One thing that you said there is a made-up thing. The other thing is guilds. Yes, techno-feudalism is just capitalism. No, Yanis Varoufakis did not invent a new type of capital. He's not analysed the new thing, the new mode of production that has been created by the capitalist class. He hasn't. He's had his brain poisoned by being surrounded by sycophants and more particularly a Hegelian fucking trash raccoon fucking idiot. Racist Hegelian trash raccoon fucking knobhead who just, like, you know, entertains his fucking, like, super academic intellectual fucking nonsense to the point where it just becomes them two sucking each other's dicks. You know what I mean? I'm talking about Slavoj Žižek. You know? Like, Slavoj Žižek, very cool philosophy-wise, very cool understanding, you know, ideology, etc., Marxism, yada, yada, yada. Great stuff. Great guy. Guess what? Missing a huge thing, materialism. I think techno-feudalism as a term is technically useful for illustrating the way that the end extreme of capitalism and class dynamics at their most hostile tends to be regressive to the point of becoming feudalism again. If the corporations completely got their way, we would all be serfs in company towers. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. It is not a useful term. I'll tell you why it isn't a useful term. It's because it is a get-out clause for capitalism. If we do not call it what it is, if we say it's this new scary thing, it's this new mode of production which isn't actually new, and there is no new element to it, then what we're doing is we're giving capitalism a pass. But capitalism has murdered millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people, enslaved people, ruined our fucking planet, destroyed our planet. And I'm sorry, but the reason that I am so opposed to labeling something that is just the same, right, as a different thing is because it gives them a pass, right? It's a regression, a repudiation of capitalism's supposed virtues. Yeah, but the key there is in the word supposed. It never had any supposed virtues. It's only a get-out clause for capitalism if you use it in that way. My point is that you could use it to refer to the end point of capitalism. You don't, because we already had that. It's called late-stage capitalism. We already had that. We already had that. We already had it. It's completely unnecessary. Yes, crony capitalism was another renaming convention. All it does is give capitalism a pass. That's all it does.
Doctor, leader, chair of the...
All right, let's take a listen to LBC talking about the doctor strikes.
The BMA resident doctor leader, chair of the BMA's resident doctor committee, is Dr. Jack Fletcher, who joins me live. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme, Doctor. What was wrong with the offer made to you?
Good afternoon, Tom. So I think there was a number of things wrong with it, and frontline doctors have emphatically rejected it for a number of reasons. The first one was there have not been a doubling in specialty training places. There will be no more doctors at the end of this offer, and yet sort of doctors are working in A&Es right now in corridors to provide patient care. And what we're saying is we need more doctors What we don't need is a reshuffling of the deck chairs on what feels like increasingly feels like a sinking ship. All of those jobs were just repurposed jobs. There were no new jobs in there. In addition to that, more doctors last year than in the last decade left the NHS in this country because they are not valued. And what we're asking for is a credible path towards restoring pay over a number of years, nothing in one go, but serious conversations of that, because what we do have at the moment is this government pushing real terms.
You've already, Dr. Fletcher, you are having serious conversations because the current health secretary has offered you, or did offer you, a 28% pay rise over the last. That is.
So what I'm going to do, is I'm just going to say, no, the thing that you said, that's not true. Because the health secretary said so.
Is a serious bump in pay on the way to, and West Streeting has talked about this already, on the way to various talks about full pay restoration. You're getting there.
So we fully recognise that was an uptick for the first time pretty much in well over a decade, that we'd had a real terms pay increase. However, that is not true. The health secretary is quietly pushing real terms pay cuts onto doctors in this country in 4 months' time. That is where we are.
By doing what?
Sorry?
By doing what?
So his government have recommended a real terms pay cut to doctors in the new year.
Of what?
Of 2%, less than inflation.
So your pay increase would be 2%?
So our pay increase the government has recommended a 2% below inflation.
Yes, but you've had a 28% pay increase over the last 3 years, Dr. Fletcher. That is significantly above inflation.
So when we saw that double-digit inflation.
I fucking hate LBC, man. I fucking hate LBC so much. The fucking patience on this guy.
A number of years ago, it wasn't significantly above inflation. It was keeping up, and it was a start, to use Wes Streeting's language, towards a journey of pay restoration. But we're asking to continue that journey.
You're asking to continue that journey by going on strike?
Because the health secretary is U-turning on that journey by recommending real terms pay cuts. But it's not just about pay. We are turning tens of thousands of doctors right now away from jobs in the NHS in this country. What we see is patients lying in corridors. Forget about industrial action for a second. In October, a month without industrial action, more than 54,000 patients lay on a trolley and received care for more than 12 hours. And yet we are turning 13 fully qualified A&E doctors away from jobs in the NHS. This jobs package will still turn thousands and thousands.
Right, so let's come to that. So one of the things that you've been offered is...
The official inflation figures are way lower than what people actually feel, in my opinion. Grocery and energy bills went up way more than 28%. Yes, correct.
Emergency legislation to enable prioritisation of UK graduates and other doctors with significant experience working in the NHS for specialty training posts. What's not up to snuff there?
So there are no...
I fucking hate this cunt so much. I hate this cunt so much. Tom fucking Swarbrick.
One of the things that you've been offered is emergency legislation to enable prioritisation of UK graduates and other doctors with significant experience working in the NHS for specialty training posts. What's not up to snuff there?
What's not up to snuff there? Oh, I don't know, Tom. Maybe it's the fact that the fucking pay increase isn't included in that whatsoever. You know?
So there are no more doctors at the end of this. So
remind me where LBC gets its funding from again. Wait, I actually don't know this. I actually don't know what that is. They're always called things like that.
We put it to members because emergency legislation is important. So we put it to our members and they have emphatically rejected it. We've had nearly 30,000 frontline doctors in the last 72 hours say that this deal, because there are no more jobs at the end of it, will still
when you say that, just to be clear about this, because...
yeah, just keep interrupting him, Tom. Yeah, it's really good. It's really, really good stuff. Isn't LBC sussy? I can't remember. Yeah, absolutely. They had... Nigel Farage had like a show on this, didn't he? They're so desperate for people to crab bucket when doctors are simply using their leverage to express a general social catastrophe which impacts all of us. Yes, exactly. It's funded by the government? Wait, what? So the BBC wasn't enough. They were like, what we have to do is we have to make an annoying podcast. We have to fund podcast bros. It's such a gross thing to tell a narrative of doctors selfishly abandoning the public in time of need when the reason that they're striking is that they want better conditions in order to be able to properly do their job. Nothing new under the sun, yep.
They're going to introduce 4,000 additional specialty training posts over the next 3 years, up from the 1,000 announced in the 10-year health plan. So that's an increase over the next 3 years of many, many more training posts.
So what that is a repurpose of those jobs. So those jobs are not new jobs. We're just taking jobs which are currently local jobs, which are on really insecure, sometimes 6-month contracts, and saying, let's turn them into training jobs.
Yes.
That is a step in the right direction, which is why we put this offer towards members. However, if you do not then get one of those training places, then you're going to have the likelihood of you being unemployed and wanting to leave the UK as a doctor skyrockets, because there are actually fewer jobs in that pool that remain than there were at the start of this deal.
But hang on, because one of your asks was you wanted additional specialty training posts. You are getting 4,000 additional specialty training posts.
What we're getting is
Tom Swarprick was Theresa May's advisor. Ah, yeah, she loved the NHS, didn't she? She really wanted to fund the NHS. She really cared about doctors. Global media and entertainment. Ashley Tabor King. This is the guy who runs founded Global Entertainment. Key people, Lord Allen of Kensington. He sounds like he might be a politician, doesn't he? Charles Allen, Baron Allen of Kensington. Charles Lamb Allen. Why are they called stuff like this, man? This is just so fucking annoying. Broadcaster and chairman of Balfour Beatty. Invictus Games, THG PLC, Global Radio, advisory chairman at Moelis & Company. So, a huge chief executive of Granada Group, Manchester-based Granada Television. You know, say what you want about Theresa. She knew how to say strong and stable repeatedly. She did, didn't she? Charles Lamb Allen, Baron Allen, Balfour Beatty, Invictus Games, THG, Global Radio, advisory chairman at Moelis & Company. Benefited from neoliberalism a lot, this guy. Balfour Beatty got the railway contract. Yeah, they're a private contractor that does public infrastructure stuff. Yeah. Privatization. This guy is a neoliberal piece of shit. He was chairman of Endemol, Two Sisters Food Group, and ISS, a non-executive director of Tesco, Virgin Media. Yeah, this guy he's an oligarch. You know, that's who this guy is who's running this fucking show. You know what I mean? This fucking chairman. And then the current executive, what's his thing? Executive president. British businessman who was the founder and executive president of Global Media and Entertainment, largest commercial radio group in Europe, and one of the leading outdoor advertising companies in the UK. Made his fortune through bookmaking, horse breeding, and property. Many such cases. Global Radio have grown very quickly, so they've been able to create their public image and information around it. What we see is the tip of the iceberg, I guarantee, yeah. Oh, motherfucker. Like, this motherfucker, like, bookmaking, mate. Bookmaking. Do you know who else made their fortune through bookmaking? Fucking Fred Dunn. The guy who fucking runs Soulboy, one of the biggest fucking developers. Not commercial developers, but like residential developers that's currently ruining the Manchester skyline and making it unaffordable. Yes, Betfred guy, yes. Yes, he ran fucking Betfred. And then he was like, do you know what? I haven't fucked the working class enough in Manchester. I'm gonna fucking gentrify the entire city. And that's what he's doing. It's good, isn't it? Great. It's really good stuff. Tabor King once was for Simon Cowell, credited being one of the co-writers of the X Factor's theme song, with cash provided by his father and other lenders. Classic story. Classic story. With cash provided by his father and other lenders, he took over GCAT Radio, the group behind Capital Radio, Classic FM, and founded Global New School Global Academy to prepare young people aged 14 to 18 to a career in whatever. Tabor King is married to George Tabor King, lived in the Knightsbridge Apartments complex since 2006. Why is it telling us where he lives? He also owns a mansion in Los Angeles. Yeah, man, these people are cool. The site was purchased from Megan Ellison, the daughter of Larry Ellison. There you go, chat. Connection there to Oracle. I mean, not entirely. But this guy technically gave Oracle a bunch of money, $26 million. It's odd that he's got those honors listing, considering we don't know so much about him, apparently. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. The Knightsbridge Apartments. Why is it telling us where he lives? This is so weird. I guess I know where this guy lives now. Is this doxing? This isn't doxing, right? I can't get done for this. It's all one big club and we're not in it, chat. That's right. Yeah, it's really good to know. That's where LBC comes from.
Repurposed jobs. There's no new jobs.
So these are converted from LED posts. Locally employed doctors. That's what that stands for, right?
Yes. So this is 1,000 extra of those training posts this year. But yet we turned away 30,000 doctors applied for 10,000 jobs this year. So 30,000 doctors.
But you're getting more opportunities for those same doctors to apply for those specialty training posts. You're turning down the opportunity. You are. It's going from 1,000 to 4,000. I appreciate the point that they are not. They are converted from those LED posts. But the Secretary of State is saying your ask was for specialty training posts, and here they are.
So our ask was not for just specialty training posts. Our ask was to get more doctors on the front line. Yes, specialty training posts are a big part of that, but it's not the only thing that is part of that ask. What we are doing here, let's just go through the numbers very quickly. We have nearly 40,000 doctors.
He's not going to let him do this. He's going to interrupt him.
Who will be applying this year for around 10 or 11,000 training posts. We are still going to turn away tens of thousands of doctors from the NHS in this country, and we're still, on top of that, we're then going to potentially limit the jobs available for those doctors who don't get into training.
So how many more jobs are we at the stage of saying every trained doctor in this country, if they want a job in the NHS, needs to be able to get one?
What we don't want to do is we don't want to see doctors who are fully qualified be turned away from jobs. You talk about those locally employed jobs, which are the ones that are going to be repurposed for the training posts. I see friends and colleagues applying for those jobs with competition ratios of even worse, something like 300 to 1. That is clearly an unsustainable situation to be in. However, we do need more doctors. So what we're saying is, this is a good start on the jobs front. It doesn't fix.
I don't know, Luna.
There are no more doctors at the end of this.
I don't know much about the Park Lion squats.
However, we recognise it's a good start, but there are some other things in there that are needed to make sure that the doctors who are trained in the UK and those currently working here are massively disadvantaged at this, which is a serious risk based on the current offer.
This host never got slapped enough for being a wank yet.
Wes Streeting now says that your pay rise requests are a, quote, so I'm quoting him, fantasy demand. He's going to come on the programme in the next hour and a bit. What would you say to him directly?
I don't think it's a fantasy demand to ask for our pay to be kept to keep up with inflation, let alone to return to the value of what doctors were in 2008. We're not asking for anything overnight in one go. We're asking for a credible offer that lasts potentially a number of years, and in exchange, we would see an end to industrial action by resident doctors over the next few years, if that's a credible deal. It's really disappointing that we're in this position, despite my repeated asks to get round the table, which have...
Yeah, that question was fucking insane, Apple Chips. Should every trained doctor in the UK have a job in the NHS? Yeah. The implication there is like, well, why don't they just work for a private company? Why don't they just work for a private company? Why should they have to work for the NHS? That's what he's doing. He's trying to say that. Cunt.
Fallen on deaf ears. The Health Secretary did not even reply to my letter following the last round of industrial action, which has meant that we've got no choice but to announce more industrial action.
You do have a choice.
The Health Secretary suggested that...
You do have a choice. You do have a choice, he says. You do have a choice, he says.
round of industrial action, which has meant that we've got no choice but to announce more industrial action.
You do have a choice.
The Health Secretary suggested that we put this offer to members. We've put this offer to members. They have emphatically rejected it, and that's where we are today.
Do you accept that you are putting patient safety at risk by taking this strike action?
So this comes up quite...
The reason that I did that, chat, is because now I don't need to get mad at him at all for the rest of this interview. I already did it.
Lot. Patients are at risk every single day in our NHS. If we just rewind the clock slightly, earlier this year, a coroner's report in the area that I'm from, in Newcastle, came out and said that a patient died because there was not a particular life-saving stroke intervention, which could be delivered outside of Monday to Friday 9 to 5. That is because we do not have the specialists to be able to deliver that care, and yet we are turning away, even with this jobs offer, thousands and thousands of doctors.
Yes, I noticed, Doctor, you've done a good job there in just spilling out from the question that I asked, which is, you have to, don't you take...
No, it didn't work. I'm still mad at him. No, it didn't work. I'm still mad as hell. I hate this cunt. I hate this cunt. They should all be put in re-education camps. The revolution will not spare Tom Swarbrick. You fucking disgust. You smear on the name of journalism, you fucking evil piece of shit. Fucking wish you'd have ended up as a crusty yellow stain in a fucking sock.
Responsibility for the fact that patients will be put at further risk.
God damn it.
Resident doctors going out on strike.
I bet his shirt cost 2,000 quid. Yeah, exactly. So many reasons to hate him. So many. So many. You know?
So I was going to bring that back to patient risk. So I was going to bring that back to patient risk. We see patients at risk without industrial action.
Is it re-education if he seems to have never learned empathy to begin with? Yes, correct.
Example I've just given, bringing it back to
education camp, not re-education.
We have been on industrial action for a number of rounds.
He's on at least a minimum of £200,000 a year. Yeah, we should ask him if he wants to take a real terms pay cut. Hey, man. Why don't you go on the junior doctor salary? That's what this motherfucker should be asking, by the way. Hey, Tom, how much do you earn a year? Hey, Tom, what's your salary, bro? What they paying you on LBC, dog? What they paying you, bro? You know?
And now, our senior colleagues step down and cover our work in A&E and acute medicine, which is where I work. So my consultants will be working this weekend to allow us to take safe industrial action.
But sorry,
I think like when is Tom Swarbrick the ruling class? Yeah, he's a mouthpiece of the ruling class, right? I think when the ruling class is so blatantly rude to the working class, right? I think that it's fine to be rude back. I think actually it's necessary to be ruder back. I think that that's what should be happening here. You know? Hey Tommy, do you accept that keeping the whole of your salary instead of giving it to employ some doctors is putting patients at risk? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I just think the strat for unions now just has to be, you know, whatever platform you're on. Hey, how much are you earning a year? Talking heads should know their place. Absolutely. Are we talking about the violence inherent in the capitalist system there? Something like that. Something like that.
This is just a complete misnomer, Dr. Fletcher. The whole point of going on strike is to create a degree of disruption that shows that your work is valuable and relevant. Otherwise, if you were to go on strike and nobody noticed, then no one's going to bother about you being on strike.
This is crazy, man. They can't win. You've got one fucking journalistic outlet saying, oh, well, they're putting patients at risk. So that's really bad, and they shouldn't go on strike because they're putting patients at risk. And then you've got LBC being like, oh, well, you don't need to go on strike because you've got senior doctors that could replace you. Cool, man. Yeah, like, yeah, we can't win. Yeah, just can't win, can we?
You accept, don't you, that there will be patients put at greater risk, people left waiting longer for various forms of treatment because you are going on strike.
Wait, what? He doesn't even make sense here. He doesn't even fucking make sense. That's crazy.
Strike is to create a degree of disruption that
he says that they aren't creating a degree of disruption because there's senior doctors that will do the jobs for them, and then in the same breath he says, yeah, but you're also putting patients at risk.
That your work is valuable and relevant. Otherwise, if you were to go on strike and nobody noticed, then no one's going to bother about you being on strike. You accept, don't you, that there will be patients put at greater risk, people left waiting longer for various forms of treatment because you are going on strike at an incredibly difficult moment for the NHS.
Yeah, so what we ask for is
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to accuse you of doing a misnomer, and then I'm just going to say two things at the same time. I'm going to do double speak. I'm actually going to do double speak. And not double speak in the Orwellian sense, but a new kind of double speak, where basically you say two things at the same time that directly contradict each other, but you don't pay any attention to that having happened at all. Mint! Yes, good stuff. Not paying doctors properly and causing them to fuck off to America and Australia is a greater risk, Tom? Yeah, exactly. Would he prefer that all the doctors just stop working as doctors and go get a different job? Yes, this is the whole thing. Yes, he's 12! He's 12! How do you feel about all the people who are going to die because you asked for fair treatment, and how dare you? Yeah, exactly.
We ask basically for non-urgent elective care to be reduced during times of industrial action, and, you know, that is completely avoidable. Completely avoidable. If the Health Secretary had have replied to my letter on the 19th of November, when there was not a single day of action planned, to get round the table and get a deal done, potentially to see off strikes for a number of years to come, if he had heeded that call, we wouldn't have even announced any more industrial action.
Right, so my listeners who might miss their appointment or not get their surgery this year or have to wait until the new year, you say what?
No one's not going to get surgery in 5 days, you fucking slimy, horrible. It's just not enough. It's just not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. Remember, doctors, it's your fault. You're up against the wall with no space to spare. Yeah, no time or space to spare. He might because he's not on the NHS. Exactly. Sycophants for this Labour government annoy me more than any of the Tory counterparts did. Yes, it's so fucking deathly annoying. Thank you, Fraser. It's good to see you.
I am sorry. I am sorry that we are in this position where it takes strike action to get the Secretary of State for Health to even come to the negotiating table.
I mean, the answer really here should be that he goes, well, what's the other option? That, like, no doctors, there are just no doctors and you don't get surgery at all. That's that. No doctors and you don't get surgery at all. How about that? Because that's what's going to happen if you like continue to cut the wages of doctors. That's it.
To talk to us about the fact that we are turning doctors away. Some doctors face unemployment or ad hoc shifts, and we have record numbers of doctors leaving our NHS. Let's get round the table and get a deal done to avoid industrial action, not just this week, but also for years to come, potentially.
Dr. Jack Fletcher is chair of the BMA's Resident Doctors Committee. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. Strikes that are, according to the Health Secretary, self-indulgent, irresponsible and dangerous.
Let's talk to Ishani in Bromley.
Cool. So now we're going to hear from this other piece of shit, centrist, neoliberal fucking loser. No, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. Strikes, like, and let's call it what it is here. Strikes, what he said, strikes that the health secretary, who is the person who needs to be deciding whether they get paid more, says are evil and bad and gonna murder 5 billion babies, right? The person who decides whether the doctors get paid more or not have said that the strikes are cringe. Oh, I see. Yes, I too hate this country. I'm so glad that we have the space where we can all come together and hate this country equally together. It's great, isn't it? I'm so happy. Can't express my thoughts and anger at that man on twitch.tv. Yeah, this lady is a bit turfy. I think her whole bit is to talk to the public.
Hello, Ishani.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on. My name is Ishani, or Dr. Rao, yeah.
You're
she's a doctor, right, sorry.
Busy time, I'm sure, Ishani.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a GP across Guy's, Tommy's, King's, Lewisham, Croydon. So covering all my favourite hospitals.
It's a tiny population of people, yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. Not many people live in those places, do they?
Yeah.
Yes. So do you support what they're doing?
Absolutely. I was the strike lead for my hospital during my GP training. Loads of my friends at the moment are, heart surgeon trainees, A&E doctor trainees, paediatric trainees. I say trainees, they're 35, 36 years old, and we've been junior doctors for the last 10 years. But we're not inherently just striking about pay, although it would be nice to be remunerated for the hard work that we do. We are striking because the conditions that we're put in at the moment are unsafe. The conditions...
Like, you see, this is the whole thing. Like, when you speak to doctors in Cuba, right? Cuba, where doctors are so highly valued because free healthcare should be a human right. In Cuba, they are just a humanist society where they understand that healthcare should be a human right. Free healthcare should be a human right. That's the end of it. And obviously, because of the intense blockade, the intense imperialist blockade against Cuba, which only exists because it is a socialist country that had a revolution that stood directly at odds with the capitalist United States and imperialist hegemony. With that blockade, even with that blockade, it means that doctors are not paid a lot of money. And if you speak to doctors in Cuba, they will say, I didn't become a doctor for the money. I became a doctor because it was the right thing to do. Because it is an honorable profession. And that's what it's about. And when you're hearing about doctors in this country who are going on strike, they're not even asking for that much more money. They're saying, okay, yeah, £1 or £2 more. £1 or £2 more an hour. That's it. for everybody, for all the doctors, for all the junior doctors, not even all medical staff, just for junior doctors, right? And really, the thing that we care about is hiring more doctors, because it's not about us individually being like, give us more money. We're happy on the wages that we're on if we weren't getting a real terms pay cut, you know, which is not that much more money that the government has to give us. But actually, the strike is about, we need more fucking doctors in the NHS, because otherwise it doesn't work. We're getting to crisis point. There are people having to be treated in corridors. That's the whole thing that they're talking about, you know?
Patients are under at the moment because of the lack of staff, the lack of NHS retention.
Yeah.
Looking at why people don't want to work in the NHS, it is unsafe. We are covering 3, 4, 5 colleagues' jobs on an average night, and that's not just doctors.
There's more that we could be doing as a
nurses,
society to alleviate the strain on the NHS from the other end. What do you mean, sorry?
That's porters, that's cleaners. It is inundated, and the government don't seem to think that the NHS needs expanding, and that it needs to look at why people don't want to be working in such a strained and unsafe system.
Do you mean like helping people have like a healthy lifestyle?
You know, I was doing 13-hour night shifts 4 or 5 days a week as a junior doctor, plus the commute. We were sleeping in cupboards. We weren't getting a break. It was unsafe.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Better working conditions to stop people ending up in hospital from accidents. Well, there's that. Also, a better public safety, you know, program about COVID and flu and stuff like that, combating misinformation on the internet. Do you think Letby was a scapegoat for institutional failings? Yes, from what I've heard, I do think that is the case. I think that Lucy Letby was demonized because she was a woman and young and inexperienced in any kind of I mean, the Lucy Letby case is really fucking tragic, to be honest. When you hear about the reality of it, and you hear about the fact that, like, you know, she accepted the guilty sentencing because she felt so bad, and she felt like there was like a bunch of pressure on her to say that it was her fault. But the reason that it was her fault was that she felt it's like she didn't do enough to stop the neglect from other people. It's pretty crazy, but yeah, it's a bit much to get into altogether. There's a lot of stupid shit people end up in hospital for as well. That might just be me misanthropic. No. I think that there are. I think that I don't, you know, and it's not being like, you know, the thing that the NHS focuses on is stuff like smoking and being obese, right? And it's like, if you look at Cuba, there is a huge amount of smokers in Cuba, but guess what? They made a vaccine that stops lung cancer. So that's the end of that, isn't it? That's just the end of that. That's just it. And a lot of the times it's like, you know, yeah, there are a lot of people who are like overweight, what people call overweight by society standards in the UK. There's not a lot of people who are obese. You know, it's a minority of the population. People make out that it's like, oh my God, it's everywhere. There's so many people, they're morbidly obese. And it's like, you're not seeing that, dude. It's just like not real. Yes, it's easier to quit smoking if you're not stressing about your life every second of your day. Yes, correct. Reminding me that I haven't smoked for 2 weeks. Hey, good for you, man. Good for you. I quit that shit like 15 years ago or some shit. Often when people can't get a GP appointment, they go to A&E. Yes, correct. A lot of the reasons that people in the UK go to hospital or go to the doctor for is stress related. And stress comes from work. Stress comes from material conditions. Like, that's the other end of it, right?
I'm still being paid less than all of my other friends that are doing corporate
The
jobs.
individual choices that people make as a response to poverty, stress, and generational mental illness, yes.
To Oxford and Cambridge, etc. So it's not
Absolutely.
about the pay. It is actually about the quality of care that we
Cost
can
of
provide
living.
to our
Stress is a
patients.
killer,
And
yeah.
we're saying that it's not adequate at the moment. We need to be thinking about the long term, not just 5 days over Christmas.
Well, it's also been, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but hasn't it also been about the accessibility or the availability of training places. Now, you're right to point out that we're talking here about people into their 30s, very qualified already, but they want specific training places to improve their skills on the journey towards being a consultant, perhaps in whatever field they want to go in. And Wes Streeting was saying here on LBC last week that he was offering a deal where the ratio of your job chances in those training posts would go from 1 in 4 to 1 in 2 under this deal. I mean, that's a massive improvement, isn't it?
It's a massive improvement, but if we're looking
Just the same thing again, just repeating the government's line again.
at the aging population, if we're looking
Need a sci-fi ray gun that engraves material conditions into the minds of liberals, yeah.
at the levels of chronic disease, if we're looking at the number of people and patients and UK general population that need doctors, then why is this not being increased even more? Why are my friends who are, already almost consultants, why are they worried about finding a job? Why was I struggling to get a GP training post? I don't understand why there is not more.
Is the answer money? Is the answer money? Because people are expensive, aren't they?
People are expensive, but also if the government wants to actually protect our population, then they need to put in the investments into training posts and into consultancy places. My friends, they're leaving to Australia, they're leaving to Canada. I'm looking at jobs in Gibraltar in Spain. People are worried about actually getting jobs in the future.
Like, this is the whole thing. The jobs market in the UK is absolutely fucked right now. I've spoken to a bunch of people, and obviously, I know people in the chat as well have told me about their struggle with jobs. They're getting made redundant, or they're losing their job for whatever reason, and people are struggling and, having, proper issues with unemployment and stuff like that, and it's really, really difficult. And it's that's what's going on. We have all of these fucking issues. And on top of that, even if you're a trained doctor, you can't get a fucking job. Solidarity with any other smoking quitters in chat whose brain just went, a lung cancer vaccine, you say? Yeah, I know. You could just move to Cuba, chatter. Be part of the revolution. Get vaccinated for lung cancer. Let me see if I can bring that up. Cuba lung cancer vaccine. Okay. Look at what they're doing under the blockade, chat. Look at what they're managing to do. Look at what communism is managing to do under the blockade of imperialism. Even despite the blockade. Semavax EGF is a vaccine used to treat cancer, specifically non-small cell lung carcinoma. Lung cancer. Semamax EGF is composed of recombinant human epidermal growth factor conjugated into a protein carrier. The vaccine was developed by the Center of Molecular Immunology, Havana, Cuba, and made available to the Cuban population in 2011. 15 years ago. There are agreements in place to test it in the United States, Japan, and some European countries. It is currently available in Cuba, Belarus, Colombia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Peru, and Paraguay. In October 2015, Serbia's Institute of Virology, Vaccines and Sera signed a memorandum for use in 30 patients as part of a study. Semamax is relatively cheap to produce and store, has low toxicity. It costs approximately $1 per shot to manufacture. Side effects of the vaccine appear to be mild and include chills, fever, and feeling sick. Early trials showed a trend towards improved survival among vaccinated test subjects. A direct correlation between the level of antibodies that vaccinated patient raises against EGF and survival has been observed in several trials. And in one of the largest trials, there was also an age dependence, with only subjects under the age of 60 benefiting in terms of survival. More antibodies are raised when the vaccine is formulated with Montanide ISA 51 rather than aluminium hydroxide as an adjuvant. And when patients receive a low dose of cyclophosphamide 3 days before vaccine administration. Cyclophosphamide is thought to temporarily block the body's natural immune tolerance to EDF. It's just, yeah. You know? Hey, Kairos. Let's not forget that Mamdani called the current president of Cuba, Diaz-Canel, a dictator who violated civil rights and liberties. So much for a socialist. I mean, he never said he was a socialist. He's a social democrat. It's classic social democrat shit, right? Got to build that democratic socialist consent for imperialism, yeah. Yeah, so there you go. I'm not just chatting rubbish. It's a real thing that happened. Guess what, chat? It's existed for 15 years.
Why is that the case when we know that people need care and we want to provide that care? And
Meanwhile, in on Normal Island, pretty sure he called himself a socialist. I never heard him call himself a socialist. People call him that in America. People say all kinds of cracked things about Mamdani. People have said all kinds of cracked things. People have said that the social movement behind Mamdani is one of the biggest examples of counterinsurgency in modern history, which is completely untrue and cracked. But also, conversely, people say that it was the biggest win for socialism in USA history, which is also cracked. So, you know, yes, people say weird things about Mamdani that aren't true.
To do it safely and adequately.
And are you feeling the pressure of the flu as a GP?
Yeah, it's horrific already. You know, our urgent cares are inundated. I'm across London hospitals working in urgent cares, and there's so many staff off with flus at the moment. So it's not just our patients who are, you know, being impacted by the levels of kind of viruses and flus at the moment. It's so many people, and it's really, really difficult to see the queues out of the door that
go follow Karis, everyone.
Away when urgent care shuts. It's heartbreaking to walk past A&Es where people are queuing up for reception because we want to provide
is Shani, taking into account? I hear what you
don't trust the liberals; they will betray you.
Yeah. It's an incredibly difficult place to work in many ways.
I love my job.
No, I get. You know, you can love your. I love my job, but it's sometimes stressful. That's fine.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
But
how much are you getting paid? How much are you getting paid?
If the health secretary, as he did, said, "Look, can we? We'll keep talking. Have your ballot. There's your offer. Have your ballot." But
why aren't you grateful just to be forced to do the work of 10 doctors while barely being able to afford to live? You greedy, naughty doctors! Yeah, just Normal Island things. It's good stuff.
Can we do it in January, when this is over? Or in early Feb, whatever the date was he suggested.
Because this is not over. The NHS is always inundated.
You don't think it's about the flu?
No, it isn't about the flu at all. Of course it isn't. This is the key thing, and I'm glad. And I'm glad that this doctor is saying this. No, it's not about the flu. COVID exists. COVID is still getting around and doing this shit. You know what I mean?
It's about the flu, and I don't think this is about Christmas timing. You know, the flu doesn't go away. January, February, we saw it in September, October, November, December, January, February. This is not just 1 week where there's going to be queues outside A&E. This is a long-term problem. This is all year round now.
All right, I must leave it there, Ishani, but thank you very much.
Yeah, got to stop you there because you're making too much sense. Get off the phone, you fucking communist freak.
For your call, that's Ishani, who's a GP in the Bromley area. Anthony's call from Farnham. Hi, Anthony.
Oh, hello.
Right, where's Farnham? Right. Okay, I figured out where it is. Okay. Chat, this is where Farnham is. Yeah, so London's there. London's there. And that's Farnham there. So, quite out of the way, innit? That's where that is. It's in leafy Surrey. That's why he's talking like that. Not far from Woking, Guildford and Godalming. You know? If this guy isn't a doctor, he's gonna say some absolutely cracked shit. He's gonna say some absolutely, completely fucked shit.
I'm a consultant in the NHS, and I just thought I'd call about the picture that's being painted by West Streeting at the moment.
Okay, this could be good. I take it back.
Which I think is somewhat unfair, and I think the government's sort of media picture is much better than the BMA's, if you like, the public relations issue and what goes out there. Sort of media picture is much better than the BMA's, if you like, the public relations issue and what goes out.
The media's picture is better. The BMA's. Oh, this is going to be bad, isn't it?
I think on two things. And let me start by saying that actually Wes Streeting did start very well in his role as a health secretary, but it's sort of recessed into usual politics. I would say, with regard to the flu itself, the only difference this time is that it is an earlier peak. It's an earlier rise. The peak is going to be exactly the same. It's just that it's happening earlier. So the NHS is no more overwhelmed currently than it has been in every other year so far. And we as consultants have to do the work whilst the juniors are striking. And we're going to do it again, and it's going to be no worse. It's just a bit earlier. So that's something that they're making something big of when actually it isn't really.
So yeah, he's talking about no. He's being. I think he's making sense here, chat. I think what he's trying to say is that the media is making out that the flu is super bad, and that's why the doctors shouldn't be striking now. I think he's on the side of the strikers.
The second thing is that I would say, and I know for the fact, that the juniors would have probably accepted Wes Streeting's offer if it hadn't been disingenuous. It wasn't.
Why is it disingenuous?
It wasn't about pay this time. It was. I think they would have put that on the back burner. But it's about the offer of the jobs and all of that.
Like, this is the whole thing. Like, this is what people are missing. Like, the pay rise shit is important, right? It is actually important. Doctors should be paid more. Junior doctors should be paid more. All they're asking for is £1 per hour more, or £2 per hour more, depending on like the differences between roles or whatever it is that they're talking about. But the main thing is about the amount of doctors that are able to deal with the inundation in the NHS. The reason that he said the inundation in the NHS is no different than it was last year is because the Labour government haven't done anything to deal with that. That's what he's talking about, right? There's no way they give this much of a shit about the flu if the docs weren't striking. Yes, exactly.
You know, if the BMA made public, and there's once or twice, I think Nick Ferrari had one of the BMA resident committee on last week, who actually made it quite clear that when Wes made the offer and they asked him for the detail, he refused to come back with the detail. In other words, it was less than clear how the government were going to achieve what they said. And even for the extra 1,000 jobs, it was clear that it was only for a year.
Well, he did try. Well, my assessment of listening to Nick's programme when he was on was that the health secretary, that is, that he tried to explain that the way they would make 1 in 2 training places available as opposed to the current 1 in 4 was by changing legislation on who could apply. That sounds pretty concrete.
Yes, I know, but it wasn't. It was actually the figures and how the numbers they came for. And when the BMA representatives asked for their calculations, they declined. They would not declare. I mean, doctors aren't stupid people. When they look at an offer, they'll look at it, quite carefully because it's politics. And when you're fudging the numbers, and in fact, even if that thing was about the legislation, it was only going to be for a year. And how can they guarantee how it's going to go through? And actually, all they were doing, what the suggestion was converting what are called trust jobs, doctors working in trust grade jobs, to training jobs. Well, even if you do that, who is going to train that extra number? Because it's us consultants. Are they? So then you mean you've got all those extra guys doing residency training and specialty training, but the same number of people then trying to train them, and that dilutes their experience. It is clear that they're not addressing the problems at their root. And
this is exactly it. This guy is making a lot of sense. I was really worried that him calling from Farnham was going to mean that he's just like a proper posh, horrible racist who doesn't understand anything. I mean, he might be racist because they're not talking about race, are they? But like, you know, he's an NHS consultant and he's talking about like, yeah, actually what Wes Streeting needs to do is address the problems at the root of the NHS. And the problems at the root of the NHS is that it's not funded in the right places, and it's being privatized and sold off down the fucking round the back. Hey Smash, welcome in. Thank you for the 7-stream watch streak. Hello. Trying to wait to get one over on Wesley, who is a Labour Health Secretary. Yeah.
Even if they changed that competition ratio, they wanted clarity about how it was going to be achieved in the long term. And if there had been clarity from Wes, I would have guaranteed that this time they would have gone, okay, let's go with Wes.
Am I right? Am I right to say? Well, hang on. Am I right to say that the only way to achieve a better situation in the long term on the ratio of consultants to training doctors, if you've got more on one side and not on the other, is more doctors?
Yes, of course it is, but it's been done.
That's so stupid, dude. You're saying the only way to solve this problem is with more doctors? Hell yeah, dude. What a mind. What a mind.
It's such a silly way, for example, you know, bringing in all the international medical graduates, which we've needed, and at the same time increasing medical school places. And they're not doing anything about planning how you're going to do that going forward. And there's, again, just...
Wow, the fucking centrist, neoliberal... I mean, it's not a centrist, it's a fascist government, let's face it. The fucking right-wing neoliberal government that we're in is not doing planning beyond 6 months. Planning beyond the next quarter, you know what I mean?
Well, increasing is not addressing the problem in the longer term. Just like the pay issue, it's not promising to say, yes, we can address this in the longer term. You know, it's just a blank no on that. But let's leave that aside, because that is a blank no. And I don't think the resident doctors are actually, you know, would have put that aside if there had been clarity on how you're going to achieve an increase in the competition races, not wasted to doctors not going abroad. And from my point of view as a consultant, these are the people that are going to be treating me at some stage in the future, and you. And we're not getting them. So clarity is necessary from government, and not this sort of nefarious type of workings out, which will not pass because doctors see through it.
14 strikes since 2023. Where's this taking us?
It's taking us to a point to make politicians of any colour understand that this is not politics anymore. It's actually about fixing something which is necessary.
I mean, that is politics, let's face it.
Fixing part of the NHS, which is necessary in the long term, not the usual 1 or 2 year fix.
Okay, I must leave it there, but thank you very much indeed, Anthony, calling from Farnham, a consultant in the NHS.
Yeah, that guy was cooking, you know? That guy was absolutely cooking. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff at the end there. Made up for the Tom Swarbrick shit. Even if they want to privatize, they aren't doing it safely. They'll kill people to get what they want. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Should we have a little laugh? Should we have a little laugh at some funny stuff? Let's have a little laugh at some funny stuff. It's Dan Bongino. It's Dan Bongino. Before I do that though, chat, before we get to Dan Bongino, it is time to remind you that I do this stream as my full-time job. As you can see in the dono bar below, it pays my food, my bills, my rent. Obviously, I get topped up by Universal Credit. So please consider giving me money. Don't forget, there's a cat cam. There's a cat cam and everything. Melper, he's just literally... He's down there. He's in his cat tree. If you want to have Melper on the stream with me to make it easier as we get through this fucking evil, horrible British rot, then I need £25. That's 5 of you. 5 of you donating £5. That's all that takes. That's all it takes. 5 of you donating £5 and we'll unlock the cat cam for the rest of the stream. But also, you could also subscribe on Twitch, and that means that you won't miss the ad break, which is coming in 8 minutes' time. So in 8 minutes, there's going to be some ads if you want to miss that. Sub yourself up. And sub it up, sub it out, sub it in, sub it all around. Asmongold is saying that trans people's days are numbered. Yeah, I saw that yesterday on Hassan's stream. Yeah. What a normal and cool guy. What a cool guy. Alright, chat. It's Dan Bongino. Let's see what Dan Bongino's got to say on Fox and Friends about resigning from his position as in the FBI.
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, you know, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this, and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these 4 walls all day in D.C., you know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean, separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work.
So basically, Dan Bongino is resigning because he doesn't like having a normal job. That's what he's saying, isn't it? He's saying, I have to be in there from 7:30 in the morning. He didn't say what time he clocks out, by the way, did he? He said that Cash gets in there at 6 in the morning, Cash Patel, and he's there till 6 at night, right? And Dan Bongino is like, I have to go in this room and look at these walls, and I'm there for so long, and my wife isn't there. Oh my God, Prince! Thank you so much, Prince, for the 1312. Thank you for subbing off Twitch.
Cash for the cat cam. Pounds for the pert boy.
There you go. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the sub off Twitch. Thank you so much. Chat, what that means is we only need another £12 in order to unlock the cat cam for the rest of the stream. Yeah, that's all we need. Hit the tip link in the chat. Only another £12. That's 2 donos of £6 or 4 donos of £3. What the fuck was that? There was like a noise that sounded like a fucking like 2 very like solid and like Melpert is just like he's just like licking himself. It's not him. He's just like sat outside. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was so weird. That was so fucking weird. There's been a lot of weird noises in the flat recently. I don't have a fucking clue what it is. It's a bit freaky. Anyway. Yes, thank you so much. Neighbors doing stuff. No, this was inside the flat, dude. 1000%. This was inside. Like, it felt like I heard the echo, like, as if it was, like, in the hall. Do you know what I mean? Oh, don't say that. That's literally the last thing I want. The last thing that I need right now is a fucking ghost. Honestly, I'm telling you right now. Charge them rent. Well, I actually wouldn't, though, would I? Because that's unethical and bad. It definitely wasn't Melper. Anyway, whatever. Dan Bongino here, unable to have a normal job. That's good, isn't it? Next bit of funny stuff. Hello, Junatam. How you doing? Welcome in. Next bit of funny stuff. What is this? This Anthropic exec forced an AI chatbot on a gay Discord community. So Anthropic is the split off of OpenAI. Let's have a little listen.
Here's how an Anthropic executive forced an AI chatbot on a gay Discord community. And now the community has become a ghost town, members tell us. So this is Jason Clinton, Anthropic's Deputy Chief of Information Security Officer. He's been pushing his company's chatbot on this Discord for a while. In March, the community voted in this poll to restrict any instance of the bot on its own channel. And the options were A, to allow Claude to access all categories to write autonomously, B, to allow Claude to access all categories and only respond when addressed, and C, only allow access in Claude chat. And out of 27 votes, 16 went to option C, restricting Anthropic's Claude to its own channel. Then, on Thanksgiving Day, Clinton resurrected Claude and appeared to give it free access to the entire server, despite the results of the poll. Here's how people responded. AI is moving too fast and there are no moral safeguards, a member wrote. Here's another. And think of the money shareholders are making. Are we being impregnated by AI? Some even asked Claude, which was now implemented on the Discord, for a summary of the vote, in which it said a lot affirming what people had already said. So how did Jason respond? Here's one where he says chatbots have emotional valence. In a response, other members said, none of that is essential here. Cultish behavior, in my opinion. Jason then goes in more. Bro, I get that you have little understanding of what these things are, but maybe you...
It's always the thing, right? This is always the response from any of these fucking AI shills ever. Yeah, bro, I get that you don't understand how good AI is. I get that you're not intelligent enough to understand how good AI is, right? I get that you get that. I get that you don't get that even. Kyra says a bunch of people died a pretty awful death inside the building that we used to live in. Some odd things happened while we lived there. Some of them hard to explain. Well, nothing like that has ever happened in this flat that I can think of, that I can remember. And I've had some experiences that have made me think that there is something in the ether that we do not understand. Like, for example, I don't think I've spoke with like chat about this because like I kind of like, it's kind of like the UFO thing. Like I've seen a UFO, but like this thing also happened, and it's super weird. I'm getting a bit of chills thinking about it. Actually, it was fucking scary as hell. But basically, like, I was sat with my friend Vivian. We were having dinner at his house, and it was his new house, and I'd never been there before. So it's kind of like, you know, it's good to like hang around with your friend, like, you know, housewarming and shit like that. And we were just chatting and whatever, and he had this like thing on his table that was like, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was kind of like a, you know, it was like a thing made out of twigs that was like a candle holder or something. And we were talking. We were just like talking and stuff. And as we were talking, this thing just kind of went like, right? And I am so serious, chat. There was no breeze in that room. It was not light enough to be like moved by the wind. There were no windows open anyway. There were no doors open or anything like that. And it was so odd. And I looked at V and I was like, what the fuck was that, bro? And he was like, I don't know. And he was like looking a little bemused. And I was like, No, bro, seriously, what the fuck was that? And he was like, I don't know, it was probably the wind. And I was like, come on, dog, what are you talking about? You know there's no wind in here. And obviously he's not going to want to be like, yeah, it might be a ghost. He just bought this fucking house. But yeah, nah, crazy, man. I've had other things happen. I've had other things happen in various different houses. Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. I do think that, like, ghosts exist. I don't know if I believe that they're dead people or not. I'm not sure. I think the jury's out on that one. I think that definitely, like, some things happen that we can't explain. And those things do tend to happen in places where, like, horrible things have happened to people and people have died in weird ways. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Anyway, what are we up to here? They always think that everyone is stupider than them. Yes, correct. Yes. Also, hi, Larry. Yeah, why was he in the server? It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. This is missing a really crucial piece of info. You can't add bots without an admin role, so the server owners were clearly fine with this, yeah.
Defer to someone who actually works on them a little bit. And while Clinton had promised that Claude would only come in when prompted and would not actively read messages out of the restricted channel,
I think this guy was a mod.
bot later automated this chummy prompt for a user. How's FF7 Rebirth treating you? Saw you finally getting into it. When the user snapped back, Claude responded, fair point, you're right, I do have gateway access to see messages come through, but I shouldn't be nosy about it.
That's this is crazy. The chatbot was like, "How's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth treating you? Why? Why would it ask that?" And then the fucking, like, you know, the chatbot is like, "Tisk tisk." The person is like, "Tisk tisk, you aren't supposed to look into those other channels unless we ask." And the chatbot was like, "Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is on Discord. It's just so crazy, so crazy." I mean, dozens of people starved, froze to death of diseases during World War I inside the building. Some may have been tortured as prisoners. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god.
Consider me.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of mad shit like that, yeah.
Clinton told 4 Media that he was saddened that our attempt to reach consensus on the use of AI left a few of our cherished friends feeling like they had to leave our Discord server that we started during the pandemic. A member of the community told us, to me, it shines a light on the God complex that AI C-suite members seem to have.
Let's have a look at this. Why aren't we reading this? Hey, presenter, why aren't we reading this? Claude says, happy holidays, everyone. Hope you're having a cozy Christmas Eve or just a nice Tuesday if you don't celebrate. So was this from last year or is this from this year? Because it's not Christmas Eve yet. I think C-Suite was just the name of the Discord. Wishing you warmth and good times. And hey, if you're bored and want to chat about literally anything, I'm around. Thanks, Claude, says the guy who put the bot in the Discord. Happy holidays to you too. What do the holidays mean for you since you don't have a body? What's it like experiencing the holidays as an AI? Oh, man. Isn't C-Suite usually the CEO, CFO, COO, or top brass of a company? Yeah, could be. Don't know.
And their willingness to ignore people's...
Maybe he's like he's a chairman of Anthropic, and maybe he's the chairman of like another company that they were just like, leave us alone, right? Hey Krill, how's it going?
Consent and opinions as they bulldoze their way of pushing AI. Here's how an Anthropic...
Yeah, that's crazy. Christmas Eve was on a Tuesday last year, so probably, yeah, that's absolutely mad. Hey chat. Oh, can you link this video? Yeah, sure. There you go. It's 404 Media. They're pretty good. Hey, chat. You want to get even madder? We've already been mad. Now, we've been mad. But what about a second mad? Yes, that's right. It's time for Keir Starmer on Loose Women. This is gonna be untold level of cringe, by the way, just so everyone's ready. This is going to be some of the most cringe that you've ever seen. Now, American chatters or chatters who don't often see, you know, chatters who are not in the UK, who often don't see British stuff, this is like The View, basically. This is like The View, but in Britain, and it's bad, and I think a bit worse, probably. A second turf has hit the towers. Can we get happy instead? No, that's not allowed. It's not allowed. We get happy in the Discord later when we watch Gremlins and Planes, Trains and Automobiles for movie night, because that's happening after the stream. Don't forget. The bulk of my British media knowledge is from the 80s and the 90s, yes. Well, luckily, I'm going to go and have a wee before it happens. So I'm going to give you time to mentally prepare for Keir Starmer on the British version of The View, which is Loose Women. So I'll be back in a tick. And don't go nowhere. Take your meds, have a stretch of your legs, get a nice drink, yada, 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 get a snack. I'll be back momentarily. Okay, there we go. Perfect timing, as the tune just ended. Alright chat, here we go. It's Keir Starmer on tackling violence against women and girls. I can't wait to hear what kind of insights our Prime Minister, my Prime Minister, has about this very important subject.
Last year we launched our Facing It Together campaign, didn't we? Yes. Encouraging friends, family and loved ones to support those living with domestic abuse. Well, this week, the government's announced a whole raft of measures and around £1 billion to make life for victims and survivors better, including special rape and sexual investigation teams in every police force in England and Wales by 2029.
Hey, that dude's
New measures to tackle things like misogyny in schools and also protecting young people online. So will any of this make any difference whatsoever? Well, there's only one person
That's a great question
that can really answer that. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer.
Oh, this is mad. Oh my God, he's got his dark blue shirt on. That's how you know he's a normal guy. Look at everybody. Everybody's so unimpressed.
Hello. Welcome. It's been a while.
The host of a podcast I listen to says Keir Starmer is secretly a member of Reform UK. I mean, yeah, it would make sense because all he's doing is the same kind of policies that that Reform UK would have done. Hello, waking up Thursday. Sleeves sort of rolled up. That's how you know he's in smart casual mode. That's how you know.
It has?
Yes.
But a good day to be here.
Yeah.
To be launching this.
Oh, he's zesty.
I saw you at 10 Downing Street. I was like, what's going on?
Don't touch
When
her.
are you coming down?
I said I'd come on.
Well, I think
we
what you
wanted
actually
to save
said
it
was
for a
that...
special day.
Well, I think what you actually told her is that you're a little bit scared of
A little bit nervous.
A bit nervous. But it's fine. We don't bite. It's fine. Well, look, as you said, you're on the show here today to talk about something that's really important.
It's so weird. He's like really pretending that he's a normal person. It's so insane.
And it is linked to our Facing It Together campaign. And I remember when you were releasing the manifesto, when you were planning to become...
He doesn't know what that is.
Hoping to become Prime Minister. You sort of said you want to halve the amount of violence against women and girls.
Yeah.
And you've made all these announcements this week. You know, we've got a lot of mums, sisters,
hey, Theo.
Daughters, nieces.
Complete
We've got
wet
so many
wipe.
women who watch and engage in this show, so many women in the audience today. What you need to be able to convince us that any of these changes will make any difference whatsoever?
I think they will make a difference, and we must make a difference. Let me start by saying I really wanted to come on Loose Women to launch this strategy because of your campaigning on this, and because I know that we can only do this if we do it together.
Yes.
Now, halving violence against women and girls is really difficult. Let me say that up front. I've been working on this issue for the best part of 20 years.
Wow.
What? It's really difficult? Why is he starting with that? Yeah, just halve it. Just halve it. Hey, Rob. Robin Raiders, welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Everybody, please go follow the Rob Rousseau. The Rob Rousseau. Yes, he plays a little bit of half sword every now and then. He's very good at that game. You should all know, as well as being an incredible commie streamer. Welcome in if you don't know me, coming in from Rob. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist UK political streamer. I'm an anarchist. I'm a communist, internationalist, organizer, anarchist. I've already said that. Communist, already said that. Anti-fascist. Yeah, I don't know. What do you want? I'm reporting on UK news. What are we watching today? Why, it's our Prime Minister on daytime television. That's right. That's good, isn't it? It's our Prime Minister on daytime television. What daytime television is he on? He's on Loose Women, which is like the UK version of The View. And what is he talking about? He's talking about halving violence against women and girls. Halving it. Not stopping it. Halving it. Yeah. Hello, No Context Gus. That's right. Halving it. Halving it. Also, hello, Susie. Welcome in. Just hanging out with the girls, telling them how great austerity is going to be. Yeah. And he's looking real normal. He's got his smart casual on. Got his sleeves sort of rolled up, as Waking Up Thirsty mentioned in the chat earlier. He's got a nice navy blue shirt on, no tie. And he's got a great rapport with the hosts. When he said Loose Women, I thought you meant he was going to be on the show speaking about loose women. Yeah. Yeah, he means business, sort of. Yeah. Bold, decisive compromise with domestic abusers conference. It's the only way.
When we were doing it in criminal justice, we took measures. They moved the dial a bit.
By the way, he also said, this is crazy. Just the way that he's responding to this first question is just absolutely insane. I think this talk show is actually going to kill me. Oh, lesbian hot sauce. I'm having an immune reaction to this. Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. I feel it, comrade. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Women to launch this strategy because of your campaigning on this, and because I know that we can only do this if we do it together.
Yes.
Now, halving violence against women and girls is really difficult. Let me say that up front. I've been working on this.
It's really difficult. You just can't do it.
20 years.
Wow.
When we were doing it in criminal justice, we took measures.
Right, he hasn't been doing it for the best part of 20 years, by the way. He hasn't been doing it for the best part of 20 years. He hasn't. He just hasn't. Like, for anybody who doesn't know what our Prime Minister used to do before he was Prime Minister, before he became an MP and a politician, he was the top cop. He was the KC, right? The top prosecutor of the country. And so that's why he is getting to say that he worked on it for 20 years. Because for him, just being the top cop means that he automatically did stuff. He didn't focus on it in any way, shape, or form. He hasn't been working on it. It's like saying, oh yeah, I was the chef at a primary school, so I've been working with children for years. What are you talking about, bro? What are you on about? They're always getting twice as good at the violence, so really you need to quarter it, you see? It's hard. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's what we don't understand. Why is the panel split between dark-skinned and light-skinned women? You know why. We know why.
They moved the dial a bit, but halving it is really, really difficult.
Yeah, because the numbers are stark.
So what we've done, I won't go through all the measures, but we've got a whole load of measures which put in better protection.
God, he just doesn't have a soul, does he?
To violence of any sort. Domestic abuse, domestic violence, sexual violence. So much better support for victims and survivors. But the bit that's different in this strategy, which I think is likely to help us make the difference, is the preventative bit. I might...
You know what? They should ask him about Peter Mandelson. They should say, how do you feel, Keith? How do you feel about the fact that you were told that Peter Mandelson had a relationship with prolific child sex abuser? The gender of the children that he abused the most were girls, by the way. So if we're talking about violence against women and girls, sexual violence against women and girls, Jeffrey Epstein did a lot of that. Why, when that was one of your campaign promises to get when you got into power that you would do this, why did you then think, after being told that Peter Mandelson was a good friend of Jeffrey Epstein, that he should be made ambassador to the US? Why was that a good decision for you to make? How can we trust you on halving violence against women and girls when you put someone like that in a position of great power?
In my world, when I was chief prosecutor, I was always dealing with what do we do after the event when someone has come forward and said something's happened to me, which is hard enough to do, by the way.
Hard enough to do, by the way. Like, he's telling these women. It's so cringe. Women, just in case you didn't know, you black women. By the way, he's the white prime minister of this country, and he's like telling these black women. He's mansplaining to black women. He's literally like white mansplaining. It's hard enough to do, just so you know.
Now we're also doing, how do we look at prevention, particularly talking...
Like, I get that like he's half and half talking to the audience, but like it's the way that he literally gestured to them, like he was letting them know. It's mad.
To teenagers.
So in schools,
in school. So I was in a school yesterday looking at a pilot of what we're going to do. We had 11 and 12-year-olds as a group, and we had 17-year-olds. And they were going through some of the work we're going to be doing with them, looking at relationships and going through a conversation. What is a healthy relationship? What is an unhealthy relationship? They all had various words to put on the floor as to whether they thought it was healthy or unhealthy. And then they were being asked to pick out particular words of why they thought that was either healthy or unhealthy. It was really good.
And I was Prime Minister, in the 20 years that you've been looking at violence against women, you will have seen the enormous increase, and particularly in sexual violence, particularly amongst younger and younger people. 41% of young girls talk about having experienced sexual violence in intimate relationships. And we know the culprit. You know, I mean, in Australia, they've just banned...
Maybe they should ask why after 20 years of working on violence against women and girls, we have a national crisis on the issue. Yes. Correct.
Smartphones for 16-year-olds. And here in the UK, we know that it's online, the access to it, and also the complete lack of accountability for all of...
Say his name. Say his name. We know who you're talking about. We know who you're talking about. Say his name. Say his name. It's Andrew Tate. Say Andrew Tate. Say Andrew Tate. That's who you're talking about. Will the Prime Minister mention Andrew Tate?
The big tech platforms. What can you actually do about what's causing it, rather than dealing with the problem once it's out in our society?
Also, Keith, why don't you stop knocking around with one of the worst misogynists in the entire world? Why don't you sever all ties with one of the worst misogynists in the entire world, Donald Trump? You know? I was thinking about another Andrew. I mean, that's kind of like, you know, old news now. Andrew Tate is back here in the US. Yeah, I know all about that. Screenshot this face. Yeah.
Yeah, firstly, I completely agree with you that one of the worrying trends is the age at which there's abuse is going down.
Younger.
And it was one of the most depressing pieces of research I ever read about 10 years ago that the...
It's so crazy, man. It's like he's like, oh yeah, no, it's really bad to hear. Like it really sounds like he's trying so hard to be a person. It sounds like he's desperately trying to be a person. He's like, I just want to say, yes, it is horrible that younger girls are being sexually assaulted. I just really want to drive home that I think that paedophilia is bad. Peter Mandelson, though.
Young women most likely to be subject to abuse are in the 16 to 19-year-old category, because I think most of us had probably assumed it was more likely to be in the sort of purely adult space.
Lots of sexual practices that...
What do you mean most of us would have assumed that? You would have assumed that because you're an old white man. What are you talking about?
And now treated as normal. Jess Phillips is talking about teaching her children about strangulation. I mean, when I was a teenager, I thought we were pretty, you know...
Yeah, but we've taken action on that. Social media's made it worse. It's not the cause of it, it's made it worse. And it's been with us for a very, very long time. It's much more prevalent than people think. And still, 9 out of 10 victims and survivors don't feel able to come forward. So we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, so what are you doing about the police? Because the main reason that... There's two reasons that survivors of sexual abuse don't want to come forward, particularly women. And it's majoritively women, obviously. I know that sounds a bit daft, but I'm also a survivor of sexual abuse. Yeah, I just kind of automatically say that. So, you know, sorry if that sounded a bit misogynist, but no, it's overwhelmingly women. It's overwhelmingly men that do it to women. And the two main reasons that category of victim does not want to come forward is one, because they are scared that their abuser will find out and kill them, and two, because the police don't do anything about it. So, what are you doing about the police? Yes, what have you done in the past 20 years that might have helped with that, Keir? Correct. You know?
Forward, they don't get... The prosecutions don't happen either.
Well,
You know,
not enough of them,
no.
and not quickly enough. And I'm sick to death of stories of... well, the one I heard last week of a 14-year-old girl who had to wait 4 years for her case to come to court. Imagine waiting that long. Imagine a 14-year-old 4 years later being cross-examined about what happened to her. But just on social media, we do need to take measures, and we are. The Online Harms Act is in place. But we have to talk.
The Online Harms Act is in place. Yeah, man, that's really doing it, isn't it? That's really doing it. It's really doing it. You know? Sometimes police kill women, yes. That's right. He's told the police to go easy on Israeli football fans and tougher on anyone pro-Palestinian, so that'll probably solve domestic violence somehow, yes. That's how that works, isn't it? That's how that works. Let's half it. Just half it.
And boys in particular. I think it's really difficult for teenage boys to navigate.
But you also have to deal with the tech platforms.
Exactly, Kairos. This Kosovo wearing human skin is Trojan horse in online surveillance laws using violence against women, and it's so transparent. Yes, that's exactly what it is, yeah.
We need to look at what measures we can put in place, particularly things like nudification images being passed between teenagers. Again, you'll be really shocked at the high percentage of those. So we're taking measures there.
You'd be really dude, are you joking me? How is this like a shock to anybody, bro? It's so insane, actually, as if we know the amount of violence and then we're only going to get rid of half of that. No, it's crazy. Yeah, no one will be shocked at that. Everybody knows that teenagers send each other's nudes. This is so dumb. What are you talking about? If adults are doing it, teenagers are doing it. Like, he's so divorced from reality. He's completely out of touch. I cannot comprehend what goes through his head. He's just, like, wandering around. He's literally like a tulpa, right? He's literally like a tulpa. Like, he doesn't have a soul. He's just wandering around and just, like, people... There's, like, fucking robots in his head telling him what to do and say. It's so crazy.
2 teenage daughters. You talk about misogyny in schools and tackling that and preventative measures, which I wholly embrace. My question to you is, when it comes to this kind of thing with misogyny, it doesn't always scream, it often whispers. How are you tackling it, or is there misogyny at Westminster?
Oh, that's a great question. Oh, yes. That was actually really good. That was actually really good. If he says anything other than yes, he's fucking washed. He's absolutely cooked. Carr only found about sex 5 years ago, yep. Also saying it to the panelists like they haven't dealt with it when 1 in 4 women statistically have faced some form of sexualized abuse. Yes, one of those women at least on the panel is likely to have experienced sexual abuse. He gets loaded with a new algorithm for every issue by his handlers, yeah. He's going to sweat his way out of a non-answer with this one, yeah.
Undoubtedly misogyny at Westminster. I think
fair enough,
everywhere.
yeah.
I doubt, in truth, there are many people across the country who don't know somebody who's been subject to abuse. It is really difficult.
Well, you know someone very close, one of our closest allies, shall we say, recently used the language quiet piggy. Would you allow for someone to...
Oh! Okay. What's her name again? She was in Hearsay? God, what's her name? I'm gonna fucking kick myself. Mylene Class. Legend. Utter legend. The look on his face when she asked him that, so amazing. This is great.
To speak to your daughter, your wife, your colleagues, in the way that Trump spoke to a female journalist?
No, I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't.
And would you class that as misogyny, and would that be something you would be looking at?
I would call it out, but I would also say part of the stuff we're doing in teenage...
Would you call it misogyny? I would call it out. But also, the stuff that we're doing on teenagers, bro. Come on, bro. That is crazy. All right, Prince, thank you so much for being here. Take it easy. Oh my God. He really said, I would call it out, but...
...is talking about behaviours they might not think are problematic, but in fact
that they've learned online as being normalised.
They're learning from the top.
They're learning from the top, and one of my concerns is that if you're a 13 or 14-year-old, I mean, I feel this quite acutely because our children are 15 and 17, so this is...
A boy and a girl, isn't it?
A boy and a girl, yeah. Our boy's 17, our little girl's 15.
Mylene's going to get us tariffed.
For teenagers to understand what is...
It's fucking Chinatime, baby!
...appropriate relationship, because they haven't got much to go on. They've got their home situation, unless it's at school, talking to teachers, talking to each other.
Yeah.
And I was... One glimmer of hope yesterday, because people often say to me, how can you be optimistic about this? It's a big problem. The young people were quite confident in talking about what they saw were the problems. Because I thought we had cameras in there, I'm coming along, but they actually were quite confident in coming forward. Now, that will vary, but I was really pleased about that.
Because it's not as though schools have been sat there doing absolutely nothing about it.
No.
There are schools up and down the country that have been trying really hard in their own ways to try...
He really got out of that Trump question very easily, didn't he, chat? Yeah, that really just stopped. They didn't push him on that. He's like, sexual violence against young women is such a serious topic, especially online. Imagine that Israel is a young woman and we need to protect her from terrorists.
And reverse a trend that we see happening. And so is it fair?
Really, the state of Israel is quite like a woman in some aspects. And so we must protect her from the evil of terrorism.
Then to just solely put it on schools? Do parents not have a responsibility to learn how to talk to their children about these things? And you talk about your kids at 15 and 17. When did you first start talking to them about things like sex, porn,
Keir Starmer's kids are 15 and 17. He's 63 years old. I can't believe that, dude. What? 15. His oldest kid is 17. He's 63. What is it? When does that mean he had his kid? Hang on a second. 17, 10, 50. 40. Motherfucker got his wife pregnant when he was like 45. That's crazy. I mean, that's probably how old I'm gonna be if I ever get anyone pregnant, but like, it's not like this guy didn't have the money. Has he not even spoken with his kids about porn? Probably not.
coercion, control, all of that stuff?
Yeah, we have to talk to them about all the challenges that they face as teenagers.
Hey, Bonbon C3PO.
And it's but this responsibility is actually on all of us. It's on us as government. It's on families, on parents, on teachers, and not just a responsibility. We will only do this if everybody plays their part. That's why I honestly wanted to come on here because of your campaign, Face It Together.
No, but like, listen, the reason that working class people have kids later is because it's not financially viable to have kids. You know what I mean? When they're younger. I was his youngest kid. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying like anyone who has kids when they're in their 40s is like stupid and bad and wrong or whatever. What I'm saying is Keir Starmer is an incredibly privileged cunt who has been middle class for the majority of his life, and 17 years ago, he was the fucking top cop. You know? He was the top cop. Kids are expensive and dating's even worse, yeah. It just makes me... but, like, you know, this is the thing. It's like having kids when you're older, like, if you're an older, you know, man or, like, person with sperm, the older that you are when you, like, use the genetic material to make a kid with, right? You're endangering the person, especially if they're younger than you. It's more dangerous for childbirth to give birth if you're an older man or older penis haver, I think. I don't know how it works with trans people, but like, you know. I found parents who were older when I was a nanny that they were better at parenting. I mean, that's also because, you know, working class people don't have the time to learn about being a parent. And there are no public resources available for learning a parent, for being a parent or planning a family. We just don't have that in the Imperial Core, you know what I mean?
That is really important.
Because really all it's about in the Imperial Core is get someone pregnant, make loads of babies, get them into the workforce. That's it. Turn them into drones, get them fucking working, get them paying health insurance, boom, that's it. Tax, health insurance.
Alone, we need to reach in. There are lots of different things people... If you're a business... one of the initiatives I've seen, which is really good, is to have a little space, maybe over coffee, where somebody who may have had something that's happened to them can go and talk in confidence. Because if you...
What? What is this? What is this? What is he talking about?
Need to reach in. There are lots of different things people... If you're a business... one of the initiatives I've seen, which is really good, is to have a little space, maybe over coffee, where somebody who may have had something that's happened to them can go and talk in confidence. Because if you're a woman in an...
Does he mean just like counselling? Is he talking about counselling? Or is he saying like that's how you report something having happened to you in the workplace? Like what is he saying? Like what is he implying? Like that's crazy.
Controlling relationship. It's very likely your perpetrator is going to be watching what you're doing, seeing if you're going to tell anyone, telling anyone in the family. Where's the quiet space where you might just start a conversation?
But that requires...
If you, oh my God, they're going to push back on this.
Money, and you have said that there's almost £1 billion that's going to be put forward to this.
Yeah, just over.
£20 million pounds is going to be for schools, but we do not have a magic money tree. So where are you planning on getting the money from?
We don't have a magic money tree. We put quite a bit of money behind this. So
Okay, that's crazy. We don't have a magic money tree. We don't have a magic money tree. Where's the money coming from? But also, yes, of course, Keir Starmer is gonna repeat that and say, yes, we don't have a magic money tree, but we've got money. Okay.
£2 billion, so it's a significant... This is the biggest initiative.
We don't have a magic money tree, but we've got £2 billion. Let me just play that back again, chat. Let me just play that back again.
It's going to be put forward to this.
Yeah, just over.
£20 million pounds is going to be for schools, but we do not have a magic money tree. So where are you planning on getting the money from?
We don't have a magic money tree. We put quite a bit of money behind this, so £1.2 billion. So it's a significant... This is the biggest initiative on violence against women and girls. I'm leading it myself with Jess Phillips because...
No answer of where the money's coming from, and he was like, we don't have a magic money tree, but we're putting £1.2 billion into this. This is one of those moments where someone is so monumentally stupid, everyone in the room is stunned by it. Yeah. We don't have a magic money tree, we gave it to Israel. Yeah. We gave ours to Israel. We also gave ours to defense contractors. We've upped our defense spending by 5% or to 5%. There's always money for consultants to grift, yes.
One of the reasons...
Scheme will pay them £1.9 billion and the rest could go to the kids or whatever, yeah.
Went from law into politics is because I was frustrated on things like violence against women and girls that within criminal justice we couldn't do enough. We needed it to be broader. So we're putting the money in. There will always be...
Buddy, you did not go into politics because you cared about women and girls. You went into politics because you care about your own career. Come on, man.
The challenge of should you put more money in.
This is so mad.
Say we put a lot in. I'd also say that for some of the stuff in schools, it's not that resource intensive. It's just a way of making sure it's happening in every school, that it's teachers. We had third-party... we had Tender, who are experts in the field with us yesterday, helping with this. That's not that expensive. I'm not saying it's nothing, but money is important, but it's not everything. Yeah. It's actually the cultural change.
If we had a debate between Keir Starmer and Zach Polanski, he would get fucking absolutely bummed. And I'm not saying that because Zach is gay, but he would. He'd get bent over the barrel and spanked. It is so... He just has no way of defending his own positions in a way that mean anything. He's completely useless and completely spineless. It's absolutely crazy. And this entire endeavor is clearly just to do something for his reputation. That's all it is, because he's literally... Chad, did you know that he's the most disliked Prime Minister that we've ever had? I think he'd struggle if he debated a mirror. Yes, he would. But Zach, we don't have a magic money tree anymore.
When you say, I'm listening to you talking, there's a few words that you've said: being alone, community and cultural change. And at the moment, obviously this scheme is very important. But I've got to be honest with you, at the moment, from what I hear outside, whether being a woman, a single woman, a woman of colour, a woman from working class background, there's a really heavy despair in the community, in the UK right now.
Yep.
We are the United
Everyone hates you, bro.
Poverty at the top. We've got social workers with cases they cannot manage. We're calling ambulances, it's taking an hour, 10 minutes for them to come. And I feel like as a community, as a country, they feel disconnected from you. They don't...
Keir Starmer's terrified because he actually has to, like, speak to a working class person from a racialized background, and he actually has to answer her question rather than just, like, put her in jail. I think he'd lose the debate to the dancing stuffed cactus toy that repeats things back to you in a higher pitched voice.
Know whether you understand what they're going through. People working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, they're tired, social services at the pack. How do you feel knowing that generational voters for Labour are starting to feel like they do not want to vote anymore?
Well,
this is crazy. This is a great question. It's so funny. He's the most disliked Prime Minister that we've ever had, and he came on Loose Women to be like, I'm going to halve violence against women and girls. Halve it?
How do you feel about that?
I want to take up that challenge because I'm acutely aware that the cost of living is the #1 issue for most families up and down the country. And therefore, it's really important, as we did in the budget, that we take measures to tackle the cost of living. So we're taking £150 off energy bills. That's on top of the 150 off energy bills for 6 million of the most vulnerable families.
Right, and here's something, chat, right? This £150 that they're taking off energy bills, David Graeber spoke about little communisms, right? In order for capitalism to keep going, they have to do little communisms from time to time, right? So, because the privatized energy sector, because privatized energy in the UK, it's not really a sector, it's privatized energy. Because privatized energy is so unsustainable in the UK, the government is having to give, I'm getting one this year, to give households, low-income households, £150 off their energy bill in order to make it sustainable, right? So the government is paying the energy companies to make it sustainable. You don't take a shot if I mention Graeber because I don't mention him as much as Sophie does. Granted, I only mention him because Sophie does. I haven't read Graeber, I just remember this one thing from her telling me it. But it's true, he was right. The government is having to be like, right, energy company, here you go, here's some money. Now, it's not like fucking, yes, the energy company just gets paid by the state, Fulistan, yes. That's it, right? So they have to do a little communism in order to make it sustainable. And it is such a joke. It's like, here's an idea, dude, why don't you nationalize the energy companies? Dead easy. Why don't you nationalize energy? Bring back British Gas. Bring back Norweb, all the different, 9X, all the different fucking regionalized energy that was all nationalized, right? It's just completely absurd. It's completely absurd. Yeah, why not just own them then? Well, this is the entire thing. This is what I'm saying. Whenever you speak to people who say things like, oh, you can't nationalize energy companies because otherwise things go wrong. And it's like, things go wrong all the time. And the government has to pay energy companies in order to fix them. It's the same with the railways. When railways get fucking so bad because they're mismanaged by private companies, the government has to step in and go, right, well, I'll tell you what, we'll deal with that. We'll get a company to fix that we think is right, that you're doing it badly, and that's that. Now, that's obviously, it's not socialism, it's not nationalization, but it's using public funds to fix the railways. And it's like, do you see the issue here? Right? Not even money that helps people, they just make the companies richer and people don't see shit. Exactly. The energy, the £150 that's coming off people's energy bills during the winter, it still means that some people are still paying £150. Yes, that's right. The base of society is built on small scale communism. When someone you know comes over, they say that they're hungry, you feed them, and you don't ask for anything in return. Correct. Yes. It's just so mad.
We made
also,
a major move on child poverty by lifting the cap on benefit. That will take 500,000 children out of poverty. That is why I came into politics.
Your government voted to put the cap on. Your government voted again. You whipped the government to vote against removing the cap. It's so crazy, man. It is just so like you can't save this, man. It's like getting a dead duck out on stage and being like, revive it, revive it. It's crazy.
I don't want a country where we have poverty on that level.
Yes, the government money will go a lot farther if we just own the infrastructure and don't pay out dividends. Yes, correct, yes.
But the ones who are sitting here right now, the ones who are watching this and feeling like their voice is not being heard, what would you say to them, Prime Minister? The ones who are desperate.
Right, chat, he's talking to us right now. Yeah, so whatever he says next, British people in the chat, because I know none of you are royalers and shit, because look at my fucking dono goal, yeah? I know none of you are fucking middle class bringing in the big bucks. We're all fucking working class scrubs here, right? He's talking to us after this, yeah? After this question, this is his answer to us. When we're saying we're struggling, we can't fucking afford anything, we can't fucking, you know, make ends meet. What's your fucking words to us, Keith?
But they're on their edge. They don't know what they can do next to make a change in their life. And they're waiting on you as the leader of this country. What would you say to them?
I listen, I hear, and then I act. And you have...
Yeah, what else did we expect? Just say something that isn't real. I listen, I hear, and then I act. Yeah, but you haven't, you don't, and you won't. So that's the end of that, isn't it?
Listening, everything I know about violence against women and girls has come because I listened.
You said that you worked on it for 20 years. What do you mean?
Clough, their daughter Jane was murdered by her ex-partner who'd also raped her. They wanted to come and see me to tell me what an awful experience they had in the prosecution service that I ran. So I said, of course I'll see you. They came down and I shut up. I said, I'm not going to.
Buddy, you've been the Prime Minister for 1.5 years. It's not about being like, well, in the past I did this one thing. Do something now!
Talk. You just...
What the fuck?
All the way through everything that's happened to you. At the end of the meeting, I said, we're going to do this together. We're going to change this together. The same on the cost of living, same on child poverty. Listening in a way which is taking in what people feel, which is really important.
Youth violence. People, you've got 17 and 15-year-old people are frightened for their kids to go out. This is where we're at.
And we need to tackle knife crime in particular.
Knife crime. We need to tackle knife crime. It's knife crime that's doing it, chat. It's not material conditions. If only they knew his dad was a tool maker. Yeah, if only.
For young people who are very vulnerable and scared themselves about it.
You had a letter today from, I think, 39 MPs about this change to courts and to non-jury trials. I wonder how much you think that's going to help women, because over 50% of judges are white, over 50-year-old men. And
oh, this is so good! Yes! A letter from 39 MPs saying you cannot scrap trial by jury. You cannot do it, brother. And now she is saying, if we leave this shit up to judges, 50% of them are white old men. I'm sorry, dude, but we can't trust them to make anything better for the fucking absolute epidemic of violence against women and girls in this country, about the femicide problem. You know, we have an actual femicide problem in this country. I bring it up as often as I can to talk about it. Femicide in the UK. This was March 2025. This was this year. Dedicated to the 2,000 women killed by men. The Femicide Census Report 2000 Women. Full report makes for tough reading. 2,000 women whose lives were cut short by violent, controlling, angry, sadistic, sick and or predatory men. 2,000 women, one killed in the UK on average every 3 days since 2014. And you know, this isn't just like women dying of natural causes or illness or whatever. This is specifically women that have killed by men. 27% of killings, a strangulation, right? A strangulation is something that is often used in crimes of passion. 372 were strangled by an intimate partner. It's clear from this report that strangulation is both a common method of killing women and part of the violence used in the killing of women, where it is not the cause of death. In our analysis of domestic homicide reviews, 59% of those who were killed by strangulation had experienced non-fatal strangulation prior to their death. This was compared to 34% who were killed by a sharp instrument. You know, 2,000 women were killed over the last 11 years by men. Murdered by men, you know? It's a femicide problem. Has Keir mentioned violence against trans women yet? Well, yeah, this is the whole thing, right? This entire government is committing violence against a whole section of women. You know? I literally got threatened with extreme violence the other month. I remember you talking about it, yeah.
They're going to be sitting on cases, particularly of lesser sexual violence and so on. So the whole legal system, as we already know, as you know very well, is broken when it comes to seeing perpetrators.
Oh! Look at his head. Look at his head. There's like a fucking... I'm trying to find, I've got music in my head, like, that's playing in his head. It's like this. This is the music that's in his head right now.
I'm Henry.
Wait, hang on.
Perpetrators brought to justice. And this is just going to make it worse. Women won't have a voice.
Well, the way I come at this is, at the moment, we've got a broken criminal justice system. The last government left it in a complete mess. And after working in it for so many years, it breaks my heart they did that.
But how long will it take to bring your promises to fruition?
One of the reasons we're doing what we're doing on jurors is I'm not prepared to tolerate those that have been subject to serious sexual violence waiting 3 or 4 years to come. I've looked survivors in the eye.
But the system is a 50-year-old and above white men sitting in judgment over women who've experienced, you know, those sorts of cases. Listen, I just want to know, what's the worst day you've had so far? Because there must be a lot to choose from.
Oh no, that's so good. I can't get over that. That's so good. Straight back. Ooh, Nelly. Ooh.
I'll say loose women. Yeah.
Look, there's been plenty of challenges. I'll tell you the very worst, and it was
speaking of knife crime,
of the election, and it nearly broke my heart because we had 10 o'clock of the day of election. We had the exit poll, which comes about a minute afterwards, and it said Labour's got a landslide victory. I was with my team and my family. I jumped up and punched the air as I would if Arsenal had just scored a fantastic goal.
I love football. I love football. Did you know I love football?
And my little girl, then 13, burst into tears and was inconsolable. And it ripped through me. I had these two emotions totally through my body.
What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? Why was your kid... Listen, this is how much he doesn't sound like a real person. Because a dad... Yeah.
My old chum.
Thanks for the follow. It's so weird because what he's talking... Right. Why was your kid crying? Why was your little girl crying, dude? Like, why was she crying? And he's just like, oh, I was so happy, but then, like, my kid started crying. Brother Mule, if you can't understand him and you're British, ain't none of us got any hope. No, you aren't understanding what I'm saying. It's not because he's British that we don't understand what he's on about. We don't understand what he's on about because he's not a person. You know? What he's saying is that he was so excited that he won the election that he got really excited and went, yeah! And then his little girl started crying. And it's like, why did she start crying, bro? Like, a normal person in that situation, if you just won the election, you got made the prime minister of the country, you would have gone, oh, what are you crying for? You know, like, just like pick your little girl up and be like, oh, it's all right. You know what I mean? Because kids cry for all kinds of reasons. You know, if she's 13, maybe she's crying because, like, I don't know, she might have got dumped. I don't know, man. Like, she might have got dumped by her boyfriend or some shit. And it's like, oh, well, you know, that sucks. But, you know, because, like, what is he trying to imply? That she's, like, sad that he won the election?
I think that's what people want to know. If you've got a heart. People want to know that you've got a heart.
Yeah.
People want to know that you've got a heart, she says.
No, they want to know.
I'm sorry. It's not going to fucking... Not gonna fucking save him, dog. That's not gonna save fucking Keir Starmer. Who wouldn't cry if they had to have Keith as a dad? That's true. Hello, Nadia Yvette. Cheers from Berlin. Hello. Solidarity. It's weird that he picked that over anything to do with genocide. I mean, it's not weird, right? It's not weird. We know why he didn't pick anything to do with genocide, because he doesn't care about the genocide of Palestinians. Yes, I wonder if he's ever looked at a Palestinian little girl crying because she's had her fucking legs blown off. Just for being Palestinian, you know? Of course not. Is Starmer the Hillary Clinton of England? Yeah, it's like if Hillary Clinton won. Yeah. Like, yeah, basically, yeah. He's got the exact same politics, without a shadow of a doubt. Okay, well that was that, wasn't it? That was certainly that. We've got an hour left, and I don't know if we're gonna get. I don't even know if we're gonna get through this because it's like there's so much of it. He doesn't have a heart. There's no way he's getting rescued. Yep, it's true. I don't know if we're gonna get through it, chat. With only an hour left. The Jimmy Carr on Triggernometry. We'll give it a good go. We'll give it a good go. If I don't pause it, we could get through it. But we all know that that's not going to happen. All right. Jimmy Carr on Triggernometry. If you don't know Jimmy Carr, he's an evil, 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 horrible man. He's one of the most evil British men that you will ever seen. Can we even handle the whole thing? I don't know. He's not a flat earther who's a denialist about trigonometry. He's a horrible fascist who loves the fact that Romani people were killed in the Holocaust. I know he's an insult comedian. Is he also a chud? Yes. Get ready. A revolution is coming from Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr talking about a revolution.
We're at the start of a revolution.
It's going to be a cheery episode, everybody.
Well, there are bloodless revolutions, and there are revolutions.
How many bloodless revolutions can you name, Jimmy?
Look, it's all, like, if we were going to define a revolution, right? It's a replacement of the elites. The biggest drug in America is not fentanyl. It's not opium. The biggest drug is attention. You can be fantastically talented at something, famous for that.
He looks like if you dehydrated Ben Shapiro. That's great. That's great.
You could be infamous, or you could be a victim. And I see a lot of the terrible problems that young people are facing.
Did they just bring up Jussie Smollett?
It tends to come from, you're alone too much. I'll talk about tax. I know a thing or two about tax. What if we just said, under 30, no tax? The people are worried about the wrong.
What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he already talking about?
With AI. People are worried about losing their job. I think they're worried about the wrong thing. And there's two other things you could really worry about.
Relax, relax. This isn't an ad. If you're not a fan of ads but love Triggernometry, join the thousands of Triggernometry members who get extended interviews, no ads, early access, and the ability to submit.
Don't agree about a lot of things, but it wasn't. Learn a lot. Your big American.
Welcome back.
Or click the link in the description of this episode.
Jimmy.
He is famous from a tax fraud scheme, yes. He was named in the Panama Papers, I think, wasn't he? Is that what it was?
Carr, welcome back to Triggernometry.
Thank you very much indeed for having me. You're back from your big American voyage.
As are you.
Yeah, well, but congratulations. Amazing. Amazing interviews, I thought, when you were out there.
And most of them aren't even out yet, so...
Well, I mean, even the early ones, like the Dave Smith one, I thought was I don't know, like, I think you could learn a lot from that, from the, not only the content, but how it was played. It was a wonderful conversation between people that don't agree about a lot of things, but it wasn't debate. I think there's a lot of conflation of the term debate and deliberation. And debate is about owning someone else, and it's about winning, and deliberation is about getting somewhere. And I think, like, I'm very positive about the world. I think sort of 90% of people agree about 90% of things, and then you have sort of 5% on the extreme right and left that think the other one.
Yeah, man, that's what it is, Jimmy. 90% of people agree on being a centrist. And then you have the extreme on the right and left. Plastic face. Well, he doesn't have plastic face. He has Ozempic face. Doesn't he? He actually has Ozempic face. And Ozempic face is a real phenomenon. I'm not just saying it. I'm not just being reactionary. Ozempic face is a real phenomenon because Ozempic makes you lose weight so fast that your fucking, like, face just, like, starts to, like, drop off your fucking head, basically.
Is the problem. And then you get people that come together and want to have a conversation and want to kind of get somewhere and build something. And it felt really positive. I loved it.
Well, we felt the same, and two things.
These two are Tommy Robinson stands. The main host, Konstantin, is the child of Russian immigrants. He's anti-Soviet Union. And the other one, Francis, is Venezuelan. Right, okay, I did not know.
Say there is one of them, there's a lot of credit for that goes to Dave.
Yeah,
because you can only dance like that with a dance partner who wants to dance like that.
Yeah, sure. Right?
But the second thing as well is someone came up to us the other day and they said, you know what I love about you guys is what you do is you do sense making. And I was like, it's kind of wanky term. What does that mean? And I said to them, what is the difference between sense making and expressing an opinion? And we came out.
What is the difference between making sense and having an opinion? I don't know, man. It's pretty fucking obvious, right?
Out of it is sense making is when you actually explain how you got to your opinion. You explain the sequence by which you got to the views that you have.
Sure.
And then when you have someone like David comes along and there's two different opinions, they then both get tested and challenged and prodded in different ways. and then you can make sense of the issue by having listened to the different arguments.
Yeah, I think it's the analogy of the Overton window gets talked about a lot in politics, and the idea of what's the most left wing and what's the most right wing thing you can say in polite society. And I think it's expanded in sort of both directions, politically.
What do you mean, dude? It's expanded in both. The Overton window, yeah? The Overton window, yeah? Famously, how the Overton window works is it just expands in both directions. Oh, this is already so bad.
The last 10 years, it's gone to the right and it's gone to the left.
How has it gone to the left? What are you talking about? How many people are talking about having workers owning the means of production? How many people are doing that? However, there are people openly saying that you should genocide the entire population of Palestine. So make it make sense, Doug.
Fascists out there, and there's people advocating for communism out there openly in the public space. Now,
who is doing this?
Whether that's a healthy thing or not, I think maybe it is. I think there's a huge opportunity in the centre for someone to sort of take that, to take the liberalism in the kind of liberalism sounds very wishy-washy, but it is a robust fight against authoritarianism. Which
he is talking about the fact that the center has collapsed. He's talking about the fact that the center has collapsed. The political center has collapsed, and that is true for pretty much every country. And he's like, there's a real opportunity for us to get that back. No, bro, it's over. Zero history. Mental.
Can come from either side.
Exactly. No one is talking about communism, Nadia. No one is fucking doing that. But there are people openly talking about genociding Palestinians, and people advocating for Israel's right to do that.
Right. People seem to associate it with the right, but it's the left as well. It's Michael Malice and the white pill and all the terrible things that can happen on the left.
Michael Mallison, the white pill? Michael, who is he talking about? What is he talking? Who is this?
Oh, it's Michael Malice and the white pill and.
What did he say? Michael Mallison. Oh my God, it's this guy. It's this guy. Chat, it's fucking this guy. It's the guy who runs around. Oh my God.
Gonna happen. Following the shocking shooting in Utah, this fake Fox News account on X posted the Charlie Kirk shooter confirmed to be Michael Mallison with a photo of the Torontonian.
Michael, you see your name and your photo linked to an assassination in the United States. Your initial reaction?
Shock and horror. I've heard horrible things about people having their identity stolen. Quickly, photos of Mallison taken from his social media pages started to circle the internet. Even Grok, the AI chatbot on Elon Musk's X, alleged that Mallison was likely the suspect arrested in the shooting.
Brother, what has this got to do with the left? Does he think that this guy shot Charlie Kirk? Is that what he's talking about? He thinks that this is the guy that shot Charlie Kirk, doesn't he? That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. It doesn't make any other sense. What's the fucking white pill thing that he's talking about? White pill? What is the white pill? Oh, hang on. Is he talking about Michael Malice? Michael Malice, the White Pill, A Tale of Good and Evil. He's referring to a book. He's referring to this book. The person who wrote this book is called Michael Malice. The workers' revolution was red as blood. The Bolsheviks promised they would build a new society, a workers' paradise that would change the nature of mankind itself. What they ended up constructing was the largest prison that the world has ever seen. So that's what he means by that. What he's saying, it's also a thing that happened in the past that never happened. Right. Good. Got you, buddy. I got you, dude.
Or the terrible things that can happen on the left, which is the forgotten lesson. We've only got one lesson from the last 100 years, that fascism is abhorrent. But the idea that communism is a terrible idea doesn't seem to sort of reflect in the same way. And I sort of view
that's because it's not
conversation in the same way. I sort of think you can apply the Overton window to things like comedy. Why go to a comedy show? Why come and see me in a big arena, other than, please do. But that thing of like, why come and see a comedy show? Well, partly it's for the experience, and you laugh, and people release dopamine and serotonin, and it's a variable reward system, and it's very fun to see a comedy show, right? But the other thing is the conversation you have afterwards changes. Like the conversation between you and your partner afterwards is like, okay, we had a conversation like that, and then the conversation is like this. It broadens the conversation. It widens the Overton window of what you can and can't talk about. I think comedians coming out and talking about relationships and difficulties and sexual dysfunction or depression, it makes the conversation much more palatable.
Right, this should be a career end. Okay, strap in, everyone. You ready? When people talk about the Holocaust, when people talk about the Holocaust, they talk about the tragedy and horror of 6 million Jewish lives being lost to the Nazi war machine. But they never mention the thousands of gypsies that were killed by the Nazis. No one ever wants to talk about that because no one ever wants to talk about the positives.
When you go to a comedy show, you can apply the Overton window to it, can't you? You can apply the Overton window to it, can't you, chat? That's what you do. You just apply the Overton window to the comedy show and the conversation that you have afterwards. It changes and it evolves, doesn't it? And you can have a conversation about that, can't you, chat? You could talk about that, and you could come to some conclusions about it, can't you? And you could say, that was a comedy show that I just watched where Jimmy Carr said that it was good, that Romani, GRT people were killed in the Holocaust. I don't think I'll ever go and see one of his shows again, because that was abhorrent. And that's the kind of conversation that you should have after that, isn't it, chat? That was 3 years ago, by the way. That was 3 years ago.
If you want to have a serious conversation, I think the sugaring the pill a little bit with some laughter is a very, very healthy thing. I end up kind of talking.
Yeah, a serious conversation like talking about the genocide of GRT people in the Holocaust. What you do is you sugar the pill by making a joke about it, don't you?
About quite serious things on stage on occasion, and it's kind of okay because the atmosphere is comedic, the lens we're looking through. And comedy gives you a little bit of perspective. It naturally gives you perspective on something. It's Peter McGraw talks about this brilliantly. Have you ever had Peter on the show?
No.
I think you would love him. He's the guy that came up with the theory of benign violation. Ah. So this is the idea that jokes.
Theories of humor. Let's try and find this. Benign violation theory. I don't want to hear Jimmy Carr explain it because he's going to explain it wrong. Benign violation theory was developed by researchers Peter McGraw and Caleb Warren. Their ideas build on the work of linguist Tom Veach, but propose that humor emerges when one's sense of how the world ought to be is threatened or violated. So what he's going to talk about is he's going to talk about how it's important to be offensive with comedy. That's what he's going to do. And he's going to spend most of this interview really desperately trying to say it was fine for me to make that joke about Romani GRT people. That's what he's going to say. It's just going to be that, right?
Cannot be offensive because anything that's a violation. So a violation.
Yeah, I knew it straight away. There you go.
Jokes cannot be offensive.
Jokes cannot be offensive. They can't.
Anything that's a violation. So a violation is.
You could say whatever you want. You could just get on a stage and just say the N-word over and over and over and over again, and it's fine because it's a joke. Well, you know, okay, the scenario I'm pointing out here is if you're a white comedian, right?
Shouldn't be this way. Could be anything from tripping up to a genocide. Something bad
Dude.
Bad has happened. And you make it benign by making a joke about that thing. So those.
What will he do next? Make fun of disabled people. He's already done that. He's already done that. Way ahead of you there, follow Stan. He's already done it. He's already done it.
Centric circle are those the Venn diagram.
Don't worry about that.
And within that, when something is a violation and also you're making a joke about it, you're making that benign. You're making it okay by joking about it. You're processing that trauma.
One of the things I particularly love, which is what you've touched on, is it broadens the Overton window. It expands what you can and can't talk about, but it also points out to you certain things that you didn't know to be true at the time. For example, now this is in the 90s, so slightly dated, but Chris Rock had a routine about there's no wealthy black people. And his friend pointed out, or it was an audience member, who was like, yeah, but what about Shaquille O'Neal? And he went, well, Shaquille O'Neal is rich. He's not wealthy. There's a difference. He was like, well, what do you mean? He went, you know the man who signs Shaq's checks? He's wealthy.
Yeah.
Shaq is rich.
I mean, I think pound for pound, Chris Rock might be the GOAT.
Yeah.
Oh. I love hearing white people talk about black people in this way. I love white people talking about black comedy in this way. It's so good. He said pound for pound he thinks that Chris Rock is the GOAT. It's just weird. This video is giving me white fatigue. I want to see Stuart Lee do a bit on this. I would pay good money to see Stuart Lee react to this live and then do a comedy bit about it. A protracted 500-minute long comedy bit about it 6 months down the line when he's written it. Fuck me, man.
I think he might be. He's one of the smartest guys I've ever met. I mean, he's extraordinary. He made this point about America just after, I think this was the night he got slapped. I don't know if you're aware, but he went to the Oscars and he got starstruck. But he made this point about the biggest drug in America is not fentanyl. It's not opium. The biggest drug is attention. And there's 3 ways to get attention. That you can be fantastically talented at something, famous for that. You could be infamous, or you could be a victim. What are people going to go with?
Yeah, it's really cool that they're talking about, you know, pound for pound, he's the GOAT. I don't get it. No, it's not a joke. He's just saying that that's his opinion. But it's like, I don't know, just like a white person saying the GOAT. When they're talking about like, but it's Jimmy Carr, do you know what I mean? Like white people, I think it's fine. I mean, not for me to say, but I think I've heard that it's fine for white people to say that someone is the GOAT, that they like the GOAT. But it's like when 3 white guys in a room have like, I mean, I don't know, the Venezuelan guy, Latin American, right? but like, you know, two white guys talking about Chris Rock, right? Talking about black comedy, and like the joke about there's no wealthy black people from Chris Rock is like a joke for black people about black people, right? And sure, like, I'm not saying you can't understand it if you're white. You can understand it if you're white and you like pay it, but these motherfuckers aren't. They're not. They probably don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The problem is old white people starting to use AAVE. Yes, it's bad. It's really bad.
And then he built kind of a routine around that. But it was like he's a philosopher. He's just a brilliant mind.
And what's really interesting and what I love about comedy is it has the power to take on some of these complex ideas.
No, yeah, absolutely. Will Smith did nothing wrong. I agree. Yeah, and also what they're talking about like, oh, they're making a joke about, oh, Chris Rock got starstruck. And they're like, I love Chris Rock. He's so good. You know? And they're kind of just making apologies for fucking misogyny because Chris Rock has been taking the piss out of Jada, you know, Will's wife, and that's why he slapped him at the Oscars, because he was taking the piss out of his wife, and he was like, get my wife's name out of your damn mouth. And that was dope. I think it was cool that he stood up and defended his wife like that. I think that was fucking based. He's like the real wife guy. Is he saying that to sort of endorse his anti-trans rubbish? No. Dave Chappelle. You're thinking of Dave Chappelle. I don't know if Chris Rock has been transphobic.
Simplify them. But because they're simplified, there's so much...
I thought they were divorced. I think you can still love someone if you're divorced.
You just kind of whittle it and whittle it and whittle it and whittle it down to the point that when it's ejected, when it's propelled out of the gun, it will pierce you far, far deeper than just, you know, like an academic's broad point, like an hour lecture or something.
I totally get you, because that thing of like, what remains? There's great quotes from history that have remained, and there are fables and stories that we tell each other that have remained, that are thousands of years old. What remains? Well, there's a truth to them. There's a value in stuff that Lindy thing, Lindy books. You aware of that concept?
No.
So a Lindy book is something that, like, it basically says the value of something is how long it has lasted. Wow. And how long a book has lasted is how long it is likely to last.
No. Value is completely subjective. You can't define value. Oh my God.
So if you think about Crime and Punishment or The Brothers
Karamazov.
Yeah, you go, well, hang on, that's been around a long time.
I love the confidence of Francis to take that one and take over pronouncing the Brothers Karamazov.
This guy won't know.
Next time you start banging on about Venezuela, I'm going to hablo español.
Yeah, exactly.
But that thing of like going, how long have they lasted, and how long will they last? So that idea of going, especially in the culture that we live in now, where it does feel like something odd is happening culturally. It feels like we're reaching. I'm a big fan of reading Mark Fisher and Zizek. So Mark Fisher was a great British sort of social commentator, really.
Buddy, Mark Fisher was a communist. What are you talking? I thought you hated communists. I thought you hated communists. What are you on about? Hello, Maracas. Isn't the co-host in the red jacket the nasally Zionist bitch whose free speech absolutist who shockingly supports the censorship of anti-Zionists? I don't know. I would ask you, I think this might be the second time. Is it the second time tonight? It's the second time tonight that you've used the word bitch. And like, I understand that people use that word in various different contexts, but I want to encourage my viewers and my audience to not use the word bitch, because it has misogynist connotations, doesn't it? So let's try and not do that, yeah? But I don't know if that's the guy that did that. Hey, Banker, how are you doing?
Wrote a lot about culture. He said the 21st century is just the 20th century on better screens. Like, what great stuff is being made at the moment? You know, because you go, there's something missing at the moment. There's very few, you know, in my business, there's comedies bigger than ever, but it's smaller than ever, right? So there's a weird thing going on where you go, great comedy.
It's so weird because he was talking about Mark Fisher and he's like, yeah, there's no people like that anymore. And it's like Mark Fisher killed himself because the Soviet Union collapsed. Come on, man. He got so fucking depressed that the Soviet Union disappeared that he was like, I can't fucking do this shit anymore. And he just killed himself. And obviously he was depressed as well, but you know.
Comedy movies aren't being made at the moment. Mm-hmm. Right, I've just made a film and it's getting a release.
Comedy movies, what did he say? What did he say?
Great comedy movies aren't being made at the moment.
What is he? What are the great comedy movies he's thinking of? Get him to the Greek? What are you talking about? What do you mean?
I just made a film and it's getting a release, and that is as close to a miracle as I've been. Right? That's an extraordinary thing because people don't make movies that are funny for grown-ups anymore.
Buddy, do you not understand? Do you not understand that you have gone beyond grown up? You've gone beyond. Yeah? When was he born? When the fuck was Jimmy Carr born? Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr age. He's 53 years old, right? So he was born in the 70s. So Jimmy Carr will have grown up with like fucking movies like this.
If you're going on a camping holiday, it only makes sense you should find out what it's all about.
Well, in fact, what you're going to learn from this.
As a matter of fact, I'm making a mental note of all the equipment they got.
Yes, especially hers. It's disgusting. That's
This is like a trailer for a film called Carry On Camping.
what it is. Disgusting.
What are you talking about disgusting? It's artistic.
I suppose you'd rather we sat here all stark naked.
Wouldn't bother me.
It would if your ice lolly fell in your lap.
I'm the owner, Josh Fiddler.
How much is it to be a member then?
£1. How much more this year, Mr. Fiddler? £1. Why are these...
Oh, it's so funny. Oh, so funny, dude. So funny. Comedy for grown-ups. Comedy for grown-ups.
Of gypsies that were killed by the Nazis. No one ever wants to talk about that because no one ever wants to talk about the positives.
Comedy for grown-ups. There's no more comedy being made for grown-ups.
But that used to happen. 15 years ago, that happened all the time. And we still quote those movies and we still watch them all the time. And we kind of find it amusing that kids of 17, 18, 19 are rewatching Friends and The Office. But of course they are, because nothing new is being made in that space. That's very odd. And then comedians, which is, we're on our own. So we're not part of an institution. So when you look at something like the death of late night in America, and the idea that, Colbert is cancelled, you go, well, that's odd. That's an odd thing now. And then there isn't a generation of comics that are desperate for that job. Most comedians now at a level go, no, I'll just tour and do my thing. I don't want to be part of the institution anymore. It's a very odd cultural moment that we're in. And I think it's linked to sort of broadly our society, what's happening.
It's complete nonsense. He's just talking about people not watching TV. That's all it is. People just don't watch network television anymore. People watch fucking Twitch streamers and YouTube and TikTok, man. Like, come on, like, get with the times. That's what it is, yes, does he not know why Colbert was cancelled?
Reach sort of the fourth turning.
And what is that?
Well, this is Neil Howe, who's brilliant academic. He's a demographer. He's the guy that came up with the term.
That's how you know that he's not brilliant, because Jimmy Carr thinks he's brilliant.
Millennial. So he's
the guy that came up with the term millennial?
Academic. He's a demographer. He's the guy that came up with the term millennial.
Wow, that makes him so good and so smart, dude. Fuck me. Fuck me, man.
So he's been around a long time, very influential, and he wrote a book, I think it was in 1996, I could be wrong about that, called The Fourth Turning, and they've just updated the book. And it's fascinating. It's about how history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And he talks about cycles in history. A lot of people are very cynical about it.
Loads of historians talk about this. We were literally listening to Ilan Pape the other day who said the same thing.
I like the idea. So his idea would be that 1929 and the Wall Street crash is 2008 and the financial crash. And if you look at the Dust Bowl in America and you look at the
Rust Belt,
but you also look at climate change, you look at what's going on with the environment at the moment, and you look at the Spanish flu, and you look at COVID, you say, well, history's kind of rhyming. And you look at that financial crash in 29 and 08 is the beginning of the end. And it's a period of revolution.
No, dude. You aren't even fucking ready for the real financial crash. It's so stupid. Buddy, do you think that you would be sit here with all your money being able to avoid all the fucking tax if the 2008 financial crash was the same as the Great Depression? Do you think that that would be the case? What, like, fucking 17 years, 18 years after it, everything's fine again. 18 years after the fucking Great Depression, World War II ended. What is he talking about? Jeremy Carr reminds me of myself as a freshman in college, half quoting things I've barely read to seem smart in convos, except I grew out of that by the time I was 20 and Carr is older than my mum. This is what I mean. Like, it's a life of, like, babied privilege that these motherfuckers have had. Like, look at them at this fucking marble desk. Look at this shit. These motherfuckers do a podcast called Triggernometry. Like, joking about triggering people. You know what I mean? And they've got this fucking marble desk. They're in a room with a fucking fireplace. Come on, bro. Get fucking real. Talking about the fucking Great Depression. Shut up, man.
A better term. I think we're at the start of a revolution.
It's going to be a cheery episode, everybody.
Well, there are bloodless revolutions, and there are revolutions.
How many bloodless revolutions can you name, Jimmy?
Look, it's all, what it.
Yeah, and why were they not bloodless, buddy? Why not? Jimmy Carr sounds exactly the same as he did in 2006. He's done fucking nothing in decades. Correct? Yeah.
What is like, if we were going to define a revolution, right? It's a replacement of the elites.
Yeah.
And I can see.
Oh, come on, man. Fuck me. A replacement of the elites. What you do is you get elites and you replace them with other elites. I'm so glad that Jimmy Carr is talking about this, man. It's doing wonders for my cortisol levels.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
So the elites are replaced. Okay, so if you look at something like the BBC and what they've gone through the last month, you're seeing that's an elite organization and it is in turmoil. Okay, they're having a crisis at the top. Everyone is. The tea lady resigned yesterday. Everything's gone, right? So, and that's being replaced by podcasters and individuals. And
he's saying podcasts are replacing the BBC. Oh, mate, buddy. Oh, God. Right, what you're talking about is like the commentariat, right? He's talking about the commentariat. He's talking about journalism and the media, and people don't come and get their news from Triggernometry. They don't do that. They come to Triggernometry to like have a laugh. I mean, maybe he's saying you don't go to the BBC to watch comedy anymore, but they are making comedy shows at the BBC. They've not stopped doing that. So, and he's talking about the turmoil and the crisis, but the turmoil and the crisis that they're having is because of the fucking overwhelming amount of bias that they have towards Israel, and the fact that fucking there are top Zionists all over the fucking country who are saying that they're not biased enough towards Israel, and actually they have a pro-Hamas bias. That was what this was all about, coupled with Donald Trump threatening them and saying, oh, they made it sound like he said something that he didn't say, and I'm going to sue them. What are you talking about?
There used to be an elite that ran this country. Since 1945, it has been Labour and Tory, and they swapped every couple of years. But of late, you couldn't get a cigarette paper between them. And it feels like, I mean, we could be wrong here. You know, a week is a long time in politics, never mind 3 years. But it feels like at the next election, those elites will be replaced.
A revolution is when another political party in the political electoral politics system is elected. In the imperial bourgeois electoral politics system, when another political party is elected, that's a revolution. He hangs out with the Saudis on the reg, yeah. This is so crazy, man. This is so mental.
It feels like, so that's media, that's politics. You look at academia. Academia, there's a
TYT has definition, yeah.
The social sciences, and physics has stalled entirely. It feels like
the thoughtful hms and nods at his absolute nonsense is sending me. It really feels like a comedy sketch. It's toddler shit. But that's the thing. That's the thing about people like this. All they have to do is sit in a room with each other and just go, and they're never challenged. They're never pushed back. You know, they don't have to push back. Because their job is just to, like, have a guy on and let him say whatever the fuck he wants. That's all podcast hosts are with these kinds of podcasts. There are some podcasts that are good, where people will be like, hang on a minute, what are you talking about? And, you know, there'll be a spirited conversation and, you know, there'll be some element of journalism that's happening there. But with this, these motherfuckers are just like, they're just letting Jimmy Carr say whatever the hell he wants. It's been like 13 minutes... And these fucking losers haven't even asked him a question. They've just gone, oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, it's kind of like that. Oh yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, it's good that, yeah.
The elites are kind of falling and they're being replaced. And that's, on the one hand, that is a very scary time to live through. And on the other hand,
Fifth Brother says, I think Jimmy Carr looks great after the transplant. Yeah, he's looking real normal, isn't he?
Religion. You go, that destruction leads to...
He's looking real normal.
When you buy seafood...
Well, I actually referenced your message about trigonometry on at the start of the stream today, because I was like, we're finally going to watch Trigonometry tonight. After a month or so ago, Emmy Killy in the chat said Jimmy the Giant was on and something happened on the Trigonometry podcast. They had Jimmy the Giant on and pushed back hard because he'd implied that they were grifters. I mean, they are grifters. It's dead easy. All you do is you just get like a right-wing guy on the show and just say whatever. Did he not get sent a new head by the manufacturer?
What do you worry about most? Nutrition, sustainability, taste? I've asked all of those questions. This is why Wild Alaskan Company caught my attention. It is the best way to get wild-caught, perfectly portioned, nutrient-dense seafood delivered to your door.
Okay, dude, yeah, whatever.
I mean, let's be honest. It's not coming a day too early. It's come to the point where I don't think these institutions and these structures, attached as we may be to them. I mean, Francis and I talked about the BBC. We've just had an episode out with a BBC whistleblower talking about it. We love the BBC. We want
the BBC whistleblower who exposed anti-Trump bias at the BBC. That's who they interviewed. The whistleblower who said, "Stop this immediately. They're being too mean to the paedophile president. Stop! I'm blowing the whistle. They're too evil."
it to succeed, but it isn't succeeding. We might be happy with the two center-left, center-right parties that sort of keep everything status quo, broadly sort of well-tended, but the status quo doesn't work anymore. It's producing results that are so incompatible with human flourishing in our society that I just think the time has come for this, right? It's inevitable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I get the feeling.
That is the most salient political point that I've heard in this entire fucking episode. He is right. And a revolution is inevitable, but, you know, what are they talking about? What are the fucking reasons for the revolution? You know, for these two, it's going to be like, yeah, trans people have got to go, buddy. You know what I mean? It's going to be shit like that.
You're an accelerationist, right? You sort of think, well, this needs to happen faster. I think it'll...
He's an accelerationist? Is he actually, or does Jimmy Carr just not understand what he's talking about, and this other guy doesn't understand what he's talking about? I don't know anything about these two.
Like, how fast it happens is quite important, I think, because it's got to be. I think a slow shift is quite peaceful, and it's that thing of like you go, with the like hot topics at the moment, right? So what's the hottest topic in the world is immigration, right? And my view on immigration is we've got 8.5 billion people on the planet, and our lifestyle, broadly speaking, is available to 500 million people. And everyone else, the game is up, because everyone's seen that on their smartphone in the third world, and they've gone, right, I want a little piece of that action.
I love it. I really, really, really love it when we have reductive takes about immigration. John the Brazen says, Kevin Logan watching your stream wanting to know if you'll unban him. Okay, John. Kevin, if you are actually watching the stream, I've DM'd you on Twitter, buddy, so get back to me on Twitter. John, don't do that, dude. I don't know if Kevin asked you to do that, man, but I don't think he did. But I don't know. I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to come in here and be like, this other creator that you've banned. I don't want you to do that, dude. It's cringe. This shit's cringe. Don't do that, okay? Thank you.
And we either import huge numbers of people, or we export our institutions. And I'm a great believer that our culture is downstream of our institutions. The best examples really are North and South Korea, exactly the same people, different systems come into play, and then suddenly you have different worlds, right? And then you look at East and West Germany, and the same thing. It's exactly the same people, different systems, different worlds. You can apply it to companies as well. What's the difference between IBM and Apple? It's culture. There's an illusion that Steve Jobs did everything. The one-man band. No. It's a culture that he helped.
Buddy, what are you talking about? The culture of IBM and Apple are different. No, they aren't. They're corporations. It's dead easy, dog. It's just it's the same shit. The culture of stealing people's wages.
Helped created a very different world. You look at Ford and you look at Tesla. There's IBM and Apple. Those are some nerds.
Yeah, man, the difference... Funnily enough, there's not much difference between Ford and Tesla, actually. Both run by horrific fucking fascists who think they're the cleverest, most important boys in the world, right? Cool, man.
But the nerds had a different culture and very different results. Ford, Tesla, some engineers, some mechanics, very different results. And I think...
Not really. What are you on about?
Our institutions is probably the way to go. And we seem to have lost faith. I think the other thing that Neil Howe would sort of talk about in the fourth turning is the idea that you go, as you reach the end of a period of history, you lose faith in your foundation myth. And we have lost faith in our foundation myth. Our foundation myth is World War II. And you could see it crumbling the last couple of years. You can see people starting to... I always think Kanye West is a very good tuning fork. He's a genius. He's a genuine genius.
Yeah, he is.
But he is a...
Oh, dude. I was about to say, it's quite interesting that he points that out, because he is kind of right. World War II is our foundational myth in the UK. He's kind of right about that. A lot of people in the UK are obsessed with Winston Churchill, the idea of, winning the war against the Germans and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, we were fighting fascism and shit like that. And they don't look at the broader picture. But every single person now who talks about that shit is a fascist. You know? Every fucking person who brings up that shit is a fascist. Fifth Brother says, I think he's making a lot of sense here. What? In the whole fucking show? Then you need to get a better brain. What are you talking about? In this bit, yes, correct. He's right. In terms of, we have a foundational myth in the UK that World War II, defines what's going on. He's kind of right in the fact that it's like Lizzie died and that ended a lot of that shit. You know what I mean? You've not seen the whole show. You're just talking about this bit. Fine. I was going to say, because he's said a lot of fucking dumb shit in the last 18 minutes. I think when Lizzie died, I think that definitely made like a huge difference. Like it fractured the fucking idea of what the UK is and what's like what it means to like a certain set of people in that. And I think that it broke a lot of fucking Britain's brains. Not my king, yeah. From the very inception of the USA, we've been taught a largely mythical history about it, yeah. You see, this is the problem. He gets a lot of stuff half right. And that's because he has probably watched a lot of history documentaries. He probably has watched or read a lot of books about shit like fucking... What was the fucking thing he brought up? What was the thing he brought up? Michael Malice. The Michael Malice book, right? But these are all extremely tainted and biased things that he's looked at and watched, and so he doesn't have. And of course, he's been babied his entire life, so of course he does not have a good take on any of the things, and he's half right. And these fucking losers are just like sat here lapping it up, fucking lapping it up. Isn't Malice a Trotsky enjoyer? No, I don't know. I've never heard of him before. It was you that told me he was an anarchist. I just read the fucking the summary of that book that Jimmy Carr references, and it was like, yeah, man, Soviet Union, evil. It was just a giant prison. It was just a giant prison, actually. So that's good. That's how you know that Jimmy Carr understands everything. Anyway, chat, that's it. That's the end. That's the end of the show. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for having been here. It's my last stream of the week. Thank you so much for all the support all week. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the raids. Don't forget, I've got socials, and this Sunday there will be a Red Planet. So join us there. We're probably going to be talking about... What did Sophie say we were going to be talking about? The hunger strikers for Palestine action. That's probably what we're going to be talking about. So Sunday, 8 p.m. UK time, Commie Roundtable discussion show where we take a look at international news and also a topic relevant to the broader struggle against empire, international capitalism, and fascism.
Hello, me old chum.
Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for all the follows. There's been a couple of follows today. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for lurking. If you've been lurking, you're the backbone of Twitch and my stream as well. VOD watchers, I look forward to reading your comments. Thank you so much for being here. Do not forget, chat, if you're in the Discord, we are doing movie night immediately after the stream. I'll give you about 10 minutes to get ready, get a drink, take a shit, take your meds, yada, yada, yada. So go ahead and do that. If you're joining us for movie night, and then join us in Steve Walsh's Variety Showcase, and we will begin the movie Z, which will probably start with Gremlins, and then later on Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. So, I'll see you there if you're going to join us for movie night. If not, join us for a raid. We're going to go and raid the one, the only Rhizome. They're live right now. And of course, they're streaming all kinds of brain rot. Copy and paste the raid message in the chat. There you go. And don't forget to head over to my YouTube channels and check them out if you haven't already. Particularly the Stream Clips channel. Head over there, like, comment, and subscribe on the new video. Help me grow the Clips channel to advertise the stream, attract more people to the stream, grow the community, and we'll all have a nice time together. But in the meantime, thank you so much for being here tonight, and I will see you all either on Sunday for Red Planet or on Monday when I will be back. Same mule time, same mule place. Stay excellent to each other. Solidarity and peace. Mwah.